estimators in all trades, as well as general building and engineering contractor estimators. And M&S does not have a publication that's available for use by PVT to evaluate cost estimates for line item and costs and breakdowns. M&S only publishes the CCI that is based on the construction cost market value. At the March 2010 SAB meeting, the direction of the board asked staff to examine the various indices available and discuss those options at an IMP meeting. Staff has the following options for the committee to review based on the information and data collected for adoption that are within statute. Additionally, staff has provided future options for proposed legislative changes. The current options for an index that can be adopted for the 2011 CCI adjustment is one of the following Class B indices: M&S 8 California cities, 10 Western states, or LSI. However, it has been expressed that M&S 10 Western states does not meet the standards within statute. The future option is to make legislative change to redefine Class B based upon the confines of school construction, or adopt a Class B customized index by either M&S or LSI. The next item to discuss is, does the SAB want a customized index? Both M&S and LSI stated the customized index can be classified as a Class B index to fit within the criteria needed. And the last item of discussion is, can the board adjust the CCI more than once a year? The current option, based upon the legal opinion that staff received, is that the board can only make this adjustment annually, to mean only once in a 12-month period or a 365-day period. But legislative changes can be made to allow a CCI adjustment at the board's discretion. And from the recent IMP meetings, several IMP members proposed a CCI adjustment multiple times a year. These are the proposed and future options that staff would like to seek further input on from the committee members and stakeholders.
Thanks, Dia. So how I see this kind of going today is wanting to spend no more than an hour and a half on this conversation and kind of going through under discussion, seeing them as questions kind of 1, 2, 3 that I'm trying to get consensus from the committee to bring to the state allocation board, have a break, discuss HPI, then go to lunch. So we have a lot to cover today, so I'm going to try and keep us on a tight schedule. So if we look under discussion, the first item that I want to discuss is what index can be adopted for the 2011 CCI adjustment. So what I'm hoping to hear and get a recommendation from the committee is in regards to what would they like to bring forth to the state allocation board for a recommendation, either sticking with M&S, 8 California cities, or proposing that they adopt the LSI. So we'll start with question 1 and open it up from there. Bill?
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that we, as a committee, recommend to the board that we adopt the LSI Building Cost Index for Class B construction because it has the largest number of components based on its cost indices. It has the ability to be customized at no cost based on their representation if we need it to be customized for that, and that it contains prevailing wage as its basis for the structure of the cost estimates, and it seems to be the more appropriate of the items that's on for consideration.
And Chris, just before you go, with the suggestion that we bring forth to the board, one of the things that I want it to be understand is if we make a recommendation, any recommendation that we make, I want it to be for that it's a 2-year thing, and then you kind of review, so it's not something that we relook at, that if we decide to go down an index that for a specific reason and that it's aligned and customized, that maybe it's a 2 or 3 year thing that the board adopts that and then reviews like we're doing this every 3 years to make sure that it's the most appropriate. But that's kind of the discussion I want to make sure that we understand.
Well, and I think one other thing that it's important to note is that LSI does provide the backup cost estimating documentation, at least that's my understanding, for the plan verification team. So we'd have some alignment of the cost estimating structure and methodologies and the databases that are used throughout the program.
Chris?
I'm going to respectfully disagree on the recommendation to use the LSI index. Specifically, if we look at the logical conclusions that are going on today, the cost, the bid climate is very good for school districts right now. We're seeing bids come in below our expectations and estimates, and this indice would have us believe that the costs are going up, which doesn't seem logical in my opinion, given that we have reduced costs right now. Furthermore, if I look at at least based on the responses they provided, my interpretation wasn't that they would provide a customized index for free. Rather, they said that their index met the criteria and was good enough. That's my interpretation of their response.
And if need be, we do have a representative from LSI that can answer questions. So if there are concerns that need to be answered.
I'll just respond to one
Yes,
thing.
Mr.
I think it's important that, I'm not trying to, it's unfortunate that we get into a discussion related to, a perception about whether costs are lower or higher related to this. I think what we're looking for is a database of real costs related to wage rates and materials. What we're seeing in school construction is almost completely market-driven. The cost of labor has not gone down, and the cost of materials has not gone down. And companies are working for nothing, for free, basically to keep their doors open, and the conditions of the market are such that there's not enough work, and each of them, each of these contractors and subcontractors is bidding far below their margin in order to stay alive. And it has nothing to do with the cost of construction. The cost of labor has not decreased. It's gone up. The cost of materials has not decreased. It has gone up or stayed the same.
Juan?
Question, actually, maybe, I don't know if Dia or maybe if we have Ms. Wallers. I wasn't really clear on LSI and the information that they use. I wanted just to make sure that it was based on California, that the information they used was from information within the state of California. Don't know if we can.
Ms. Wallers, if you want to come up and answer that. Right here.
This is an index, and the index is based on statistics. The statistics were put together in 1969 by an economist and has been the same to this formula for these statistics is based on engineering news record all over the United States. However, what they do is for 40 years, they have been representing the costs for California. It's the only index that has been recognized by engineering news record as the California index. It is strictly, the factors apply to what happens in California, and that's been proven over the years.
Go ahead.
But the information used to gather the index is throughout the U.S.
Yes, it is, but it is a specific formula, and it is not all the ENR news or numbers, and it's not all of the union numbers. It is a specific combination created 40 years ago to apply to California to give us an inflation factor that we could use in estimating.
Other questions? So we have, Chris?
I do have a question. It says the index is prepared on a month-to-month basis but released quarterly. I know this committee, and this may not be our personal recommendation, but I know this committee's considered using it as a month-to-month adjustment. How would that be done if we only receive the information quarterly?
I guess you'd receive it monthly.
So it is available?
Yes, it is.
It would be.
It would be.
So the recommendation to the State Allocation Board is split. How would we like to have that presented to the board, that there are recommendations to keep it the same and there are recommendations for LSI?
The only thing I'd like to just reinforce is that we are.
Is your mic on, Mr. Gibbs? Okay.
The only thing I'd just like to reinforce is that we are supportive of the existing Marshall's Index because I think it's the most tried, true, and tested one so far. And unless there's some real reason to really change it, I think it's been working really well.
And we would concur with Mr. Gibbs. But I'd also add that instead of reviewing this every 2 years, we may want to consider applying it to each bond measure and review it for each bond measure so we keep a consistent index for the entirety of a bond.
And that is another option that can be presented to the board.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Ms. Wallers?
When you talk about labor and materials, Mr. Savage is right. Labor hasn't decreased, and materials have not decreased. This is a market-driven construction right now. But the problem with having a market-driven construction and not looking at the market, or by looking at the market today and involving it in the process, is if it's set low, and the following year, which we will have, just like we did in 2004, 2005, a rapid inflation as work comes out again, you're going to be caught low. Where if you go in and take what is actually out there going on with the materials and labor, and then use a factor underneath that on individual estimates for what the market is. But to say that you're going to use that market factor today for next year's jobs is a little scary.
I have to
Mr. Gibbs?
What I just heard you said that the labor costs are not decreasing?
No.
Because I
they are-
totally disagree with that statement.
All right. What I'm
Because you've
sa-
got, I mean, maybe the prevailing wages, but you also have throughput. You also have productivity efficiencies. The market cost of decline in schools in the last 2 or 3 years have been substantial. And it's been substantial partly because of labor cost decline due to efficiency increases in the cost of labor. I mean, if the same person can produce 10 widgets in the same hour as they were producing 8 widgets, you've got a cost of production decline in terms of labor. And that's what's going on out there. There's a real efficiency. And so I think we need to, have that dialogue a lot more if you're making that assumption.
Mr. Gibbs, I agree with you. There is more production. However, prevailing wage is what is used in schools, and it is based on the union labor costs. And that is what I'm talking about, because the contracts that are signed for unions are 2 to 3 years at a time. And yes, they've went down substantially. The increases have went down substantially. But
I don't disagree with the prevailing wage one, but it's the cost of labor has declined.
all right, what I've been asked to do for the index is to monitor the prevailing wage and the union labor. And it's the amount of increase, because even if you have specific numbers, the increase is in a percentage. It shows the amount of increase in labor costs,
In prevailing wage,
in prevailing and union wages.
the cost of labor to build a school can decline because of the efficiency of the labor pool, which is what's occurring. I'm agreeing with you on the prevailing wages increase, but I'm disagreeing with you on the
And I'm not prepared to argue that with you.
okay. Because okay.
Okay, we need to keep it in line. It's about the recommendation, so we're at a split recommendation. So I will look at people to answer, but the one thing we're answering, and I'm getting us back on topic, is the question, what index would the board like a recommendation to the state allocation board? There are already going to be 2 recommendations. Keep with the M&S and someone LSI. So I need information to back up the reasoning for staying with M&S and then the reason for switching for LSI. So we'll go Mamie, Mary, Chris, and then Lee. Oh, wait, Mary, did you have? No, okay, so maybe Lee, Chris.
This is actually a question probably for staff. I just need some refresher on my memory in terms of what does staff use, whose index or numbers are used when you're reviewing site development?
That's the Sailor Publication cost books.
Okay, thank you.
Lee?
Thank you. I just find it interesting that almost immediately we went back to market conditions, and which we talked about for the last 2 meetings, if not more. I agree with Bill on the LSI. I'd like to try to get it more consistent with the plan verification team usage, and that's why, personally, I think the LSI, either one, M&S or LSI, are not going to capture, the way we've asked them to do it, it's not going to capture the true cost, both up and down. And so we're still stuck. We're going to be wringing our hands back when, like Mary says, when we go back to a big increase, it's not going to capture it again. So we're still stuck, and we went almost back to that, right, the very first sentence. And this does not capture that. We haven't solved that problem yet. But Lisa, for the sake of keeping on track, I'm going with Bill on this one because of trying to get consistency across.
Okay, Chris?
I'd just like to caution the committee that if you look at the historical year-to-year index adjustments, if you went with LSI, the increases for the past several years would have been lower than they were with the M&S index. And I'd just like to caution you that selecting LSI could produce adjustments that may not be as applicable as they were under M&S.
Then, yes, Bill?
Well, I think it's important. I mean, what we're trying to do, hopefully, is assess and provide to the board a recommendation for using the most professional cost estimating database that reflects the conditions that we have for in terms of components, in terms of prevailing wage, that provides us consistency. If, you know, I might have a different opinion about whether costs, and I might be happier if it shows costs going up than you. I don't think that's where we want to be as a committee. What we want to be is make a recommendation as professionals that for an index, a database, a structure of cost estimating, so we have alignment across our programs, so that we have a real model that reflects our conditions and not look at necessarily what the outcomes are. We're trying to do this in a professional manner.
I want to get ready to close this conversation because we already know it's split unless you have anything.
Well, I'd just like, as a benefit to the M&S, they clearly indicated that they could do a customized index for California.
Yes, Sean?
I know this is probably one question ahead, but they also said that a customized index would probably yield the same results since they're essentially based on the same costs. So I would agree with Bill. We might as well just pick one that's already available, and LSI is, in my opinion, as good as anything else.
I'm going to now open it up to public comment. Nope, we've got a split on this. If we got, here's the thing. If you have more information that you want for board consideration as we draft this, please email me as to the specific factors. We already know we're split on this, and we're not going to resolve and have a consensus from the committee on this one. So if anybody has public comment on this, seeing and hearing none, Masha?
My question, and I apologize, I missed the last meeting, so maybe I apologize if it's redundant, but you mentioned that in your recommendation you will include a provision for reevaluating the index every 2 years?
Giving options to the board for
So-
how would they want to reevaluate? Do they want to do it every 3 years? Do they want to do it every bond?
But what basis would they use to reevaluate it?
What we've done here, go through and just ask M&S or LSI
Well, you
what
all-
is the most reasonable.
Reasonable as to what's the goal that the board is pursuing when it's identifying the best index? How do you define the best index for them? I
The
think
one
we
that's
need to
most
give them
aligned for school construction is what we're trying to look at is the
aligned
recommendation.
as in compared to actual costs? That have
That most
been-
accurately reflects the cost of school construction in the state of California.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and that's another,
I
what's
just-
an adequate school grant, all of that other.
And
fun
like I
stuff.
said, I don't want to, I'm just saying that in that, when we provide the board with the option, whether it be every 2 or 3 years, maybe it's, like Chris suggesting, better tied to a bond provision, because that would address some of those concerns. So that would be my input on that recommendation.
Gary and then Chris.
Yeah, in terms of the board packet and presentation, One of the bits of information I really liked was that chart that showed the different indexes from 1998 on. So I would like to recommend that you include that in the presentation. I think that really frames everything. It was an excellent chart.
Okay, Chris?
If I may ask the expert here. The value of tracking costs to an index is consistency over time, correct? So if we switch indexes every couple years, the value in basing judgments on an index is negligible, correct? As it's not consistent.
It wouldn't offer you the same.
You got to speak into the mic.
I'm sorry. It wouldn't offer you the same consistency, no.
And that's something to definitely include in, as to have the board, if they do the yearly switch, there isn't that. If we tie it to the bond, there's no consistency. So, Lee?
Lisa, is it too late to at least make some comments and possibly, I'm looking at attachment D, the elements that LSI looks at, or Marshall Swift. I had some comments from my constituents in Casbo that there are things that aren't included in here that they were concerned about, particularly like low voltage items. Electrical items seem to be very short. And we have to do a lot of low voltage and signal things in schools that don't seem to be reflected. I'm not sure what those elements would be, but more electrical oriented. And then the other thing is, I guess, on the is there a separate one for site? Is that, or is that just the PVT doing that?
That's just the PVT.
Okay. And are we addressing that as well? Or is
No.
it just this one? Okay.
And part of the issue with, as you say, that low voltage or electrical is not addressed is that doesn't necessarily fall under the definition of Class B. And so that then goes into where we need to go is the redefining of Class B, which if you look further on discussion, we can discuss that.
Okay.
A little later.
All right. Thank you.
Which kind of is our next discussion. So that actually is a good lead-in. So for the end of answer 1 is both, and we'll kind of work in the board tie of M&S and LSI. It's the board's decision. There is no consensus on the IMP, and there is not going to be any consensus, and so it's a board's decision. And we've kind of hammered this to death, so we kind of need to move on. Yes.
I sent you a letter back in when was it, about a week after our last IMP committee meeting, but you didn't share it with the committee members, and I brought copies, but I'm not sure. You asked us all to formulate questions, and I did that.
And I passed it on to OPSC to take into consideration for developing this and answering questions. So that's part of like the Q&A and taking into consideration. So if you don't feel that your questions were answered.
No, I don't.
Okay.
So could I just pass the hard copy
Yes.
around to the committee
Yes,
members now? Thank you.
Absolutely. So moving on to question number 2, well, it says, does the SAB want a custom index, which it's up for the state allocation board to decide, but what is the recommendation of the implementation committee to present to the board of looking at a customized index? And again, customized index is looking at Class B and what potentially is the definition of Class B, and could we redefine it, or does it have to be a reg redefine, or does it have to be a statutory redefine? Yes, Chris.
The Department of Finance is extremely concerned that this could be a costly measure in a time when California's finances are in dire straits. So we would not recommend pursuing a customized index that could be very costly at this time.
So would the Department of Finance be okay if it didn't cost any money?
It would be something we'd consider. Of course, we always want to see what that product is before we pass judgment on it. It could be an index that is developed that we, as a committee, don't agree with, just because of the structure of it. So it's always something that we'd want to see the plan first before we make a recommendation on. But in terms of cost, at this time.
We know where the Department of Finance lands. Bill?
I want to agree with the Department of Finance. And no, seriously, I'm not sure it's worth our trouble in some ways to engage in an exercise related to highly customizing the database, although I think that if, you know, we have a problem that really is not as much reflected on the construction cost index side as it is on our ability still to understand what it actually costs us to build a school and to have a database of actual school construction costs. I think that there's still a lot of dispute related to the PIW and the information in that, and these are two sides of the same coin we're talking about here, because we're talking today about a cost index that will allow us to do adjustments, and yet we don't have a true database or a true agreement among all the stakeholders about what does it cost to build a school. And so, I mean, I don't know. I sort of agree with Chris that it's not necessarily worth the trouble in some ways to do this right now when we have a shortage of resources, unless it could be a simple matter to do something. I mean, I can appreciate what Lee said about the component index where there's very little in relation to electrical, say, and low voltage, that kind of thing. But so presumably these companies are also going through processes over time and looking at what the component elements are that are included that could make their indices more reflective of current construction. Just as a good example, one of the items listed, as you might have noticed at the top, was tar paper. Well, no one uses tar paper anymore on schools. Anyway, whatever. So just, yeah.
Lee? Lee, then Gary, then Mamie? Oh, no, okay.
Sorry. I think I'm not in favor of doing this elaborate, complex process. But I do think that just the examples that we've just given, the tar paper, the lack of electrical, low voltage, there's other elements that I think we heard from Mary and actually Marshall and Swift as well, that it could be not a simple matter, but they could do it. We could give them a better set of elements to look at than what they're looking at now. And if I recall, they also talked about, maybe it was Marshall and Swift. Well, we've got both recommendations going. So Marshall Swift also said they looked at residential and commercial. And I think we need to take that out. We need to have it just be schools. So if we can get it as close to what's actually out there in the field, knowing that, yes, there's these other issues, the AB 127, all of that stuff, but if we can get closer and closer to accuracy, why not do it if it's a relatively modest venture to do it?
Yeah, our position is consistent with Bill's and Chris's in the sense that why are we taking our time to reinvent the wheel? I think we should focus on the cost containment of schools and looking at the overall costs and how to address those issues instead of an index. I think we have a relatively tried and true index right now that's been working relatively well. I mean, we're debating two, but at least there's nice standards of the industry. And if we're going to make any change to index, to customize it, it will become a very complicated process because we're going to have to identify each of the variables. We're going to have to go through an analysis of the benefits and costs of each of those variables, and then we're going to have to go back and measure those variables and that index against the other indexes to see what the deviations and standard deviations against the norm are and whether they're within reason. And the reason I was bringing up that one point about prevailing wage and labor costs is that's one of the many variables you incorporate in a custom index. And the assumption that we're going to link it to prevailing wage, in my mind, is a dangerous assumption because the cost of labor is just not linked to your prevailing wage. I mean, we're having increased prevailing wage, which is great, but we're having decreased cost of labor because of the efficiency and improved productivity because the labor force is producing at a higher efficiency. So we're going to go on with that discussion for a long time. My point is that it's not going to be a simple process to create a new index.
Just sounds like AB 127. So do we have any public comment on this? Oh,
Just,
Bill?
you know, Gary, yeah, I know you started out your sentence by saying you agreed with me, but and Chris, but you have to understand, we cannot delink ourselves from prevailing wage. prevailing wage is the law, and every school must be constructed with prevailing wage. So, you did say that, and so let's get clear here. Every index that we use must reflect California prevailing wage. I understand you have a theory regarding efficiency of labor. That's totally disconnected from the facts that we face on the ground. Every project must be built with prevailing wage. There is no exception.
I am
Okay.
not disagreeing with that, and I absolutely agree with that. So sorry for any miscommunication, but I'm saying the cost to build a school
Okay.
absolutely includes prevailing wage.
That's not a CCI. We're not going into that discussion. Yes?
Just to clarify, do both Marshall and Swift and LSI include prevailing wage?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Chris, anything on that?
No, I
Okay.
was just going to clarify that what he's saying is it's taking 8 workers instead of 10 workers, so he's not arguing prevailing wage at all.
Okay. Cesar and then Fred?
Actually, Bill made my point. I was just seeking to clarify that every public works project in California has to be, and anything that's an index that doesn't reflect the actual wages of prevailing wage set forth by the Department of Industrial Relations Director, I think wouldn't reflect the actual cost of labor on a project. So I want to add that on.
Fred?
No, I think Bill said it's a theory. I don't. Gary, is there, is there the studies or the evidence on that? I'd just like to see that just for my own.
Sure, well, yeah. if you'd
Okay.
like.
Okay, all right. Well, here, we have consensus to not do a customized index at this time. Yes? Yes, yes. Woohoo! We have consensus. All right. Small victories. We celebrate small victories. So question number 3 then is, there's been discussion of adjusting the CCI more than once a year. The recommendation that OPSC received is that you can't adjust it annually. It is something that we're still going to bring forward to the board, that if IMP committee members would like to see it adjust more than annually, then we look into the process of whether that is just a reg switch or it is a statute switch. So the discussion isn't, we know where OPSC stands, that it can only be done once a year, but if the IMP members would like to recommend a change, that's kind of the discussion that would like to have this. Lee, then Chris?
I would like to propose that this committee ask that that change be made to a more frequent adjustment. Mary states that she could do it on a monthly basis, and I think that's necessary, actually. I'll take whatever I can get. I'll take every 6 months. I'll take every 4 months. And that's for accuracy. It's just simply straight out for accuracy. If we're just doing this as an exercise, but we're not interested in accuracy, then just keep it annually. But I do think that, and all the folks that I talk to on my project teams, of course, if you can refine things if you're only looking at the most recent events instead of the thing. It's just logic. That's just how it works. So the more recent you can get, lets you forecast better. And I just think that would be just reflect it for schools. And Mary, in fact, confirmed that just today, saying if you have one index and a year later, that those costs aren't going to be correct.
Chris?
While I understand your concern for accuracy, and I'm sympathetic to that, I would note that given the current funding mechanism for all bond-funded projects in this state, for all infrastructure projects, to make a monthly adjustment would be incredibly difficult because bond sales do not get adjusted monthly. The totals we receive do not change monthly. If you change the project totals on a monthly basis, it will delay the availability of cash to these projects. It's a timing issue because the submittal of the projects to the Treasurer's Office for funding are at a given point in time. To the extent that you change the totals for those projects after that submittal, the Treasurer's Office is unable to readjust the total to those projects in a short time span. That cannot occur.
We would, with that, I would actually like to hear, unless Juan, or have spoken with the Treasurer's Office, we need to get clarification on that statement. Before we actually, Dia, can you explain what happened under the lease purchase program in regards to this? To give a little history background.
Sure. As far as during the lease purchase program, we use the two separate Class B and Class D, and it was done by square footage. It was also changed on a monthly basis, but the structure of the program was a little different at that time. And with SFP, it is different. We do go by per pupil grant amounts now, and with LPP, like I stated, it was by square footage. So it was done a little bit differently.
Gary, Rob, and then Bill, then Lee.
One of the fundamental parts to the Senate Bill 50 in 1998 was the assumption that 50% of school new construction would come from the state, and the other 50% would come from the development community. And basically, the local amount
would come from bonds, local bonds.
But it's also linked into what we call the 50-50 program in terms of grants. And level 2 and level 3 fees, which are the other 50%, yeah, plus you can add in bonds, but basically it's a 50-50 program linked to level 2 and level 3 fees. That was...
We will fundamentally disagree as a school board member who has personal experience. It's mostly bond funds, local bond funds.
But if you go into the...
It's very, understand, how about this? We're going to agree to disagree. We're not going to resolve this question. We're just stating that there's a disagreement as a local school board member having personal knowledge in this, and funding and finance, that I just happen to disagree with that statement because that's not how it works.
If you go back to SB 50 and the formulation of SB 50 in terms of 50-50 for grants and new construction, the level 2 fees were linked to 50, whatever the state pays, and however you determine the grant amount and the site money, we create a needs analysis that matches that on 50-50 basis. I'm not saying that you can supplement.
Then the intent didn't come to fruition when they developed SB 50. So that may have been the intent, but that's not the reality of how it exists today.
No, the intent,
So, Gary, how does this relate to question number 3, adjusting more than once a year?
First of all, the intent was obviously to supplement and add and offer additional local flexibility through GEO bonds, and we also advocated Prop 39. But in terms of how this affects the section we're talking about, in terms of a needs analysis, which triggers your developer fees on a statewide basis, right now we do it once a year, and we do it every January. So everything is linked to when you adjust your grants. We all, districts on a statewide basis, adjust their level 2 and level 3 fees. So if you're going to start trying to do that on a monthly basis, that's going to create chaos in the local market because our fees are triggered off of the grant.
But the State Allocation Board only reviews developer fees once every 2 years.
And it's all for the sake of accuracy. So it's not to say it's going to go up or it's going to go down, but it could do either one. But to Chris's point, procedurally, what I'm thinking anyways, and I don't know what the others are thinking, it's at the time of apportionment, and it's whatever the grant is at that time, and that's what goes to the treasurer's office. It's not as though you get apportioned, it goes to the treasurer's office, there's an increase or a decrease, and then they have to adjust. And quite frankly, I don't know the subtleties of how detailed the treasurer gets when they go out to plan these bond sales.
Well, Chris, we'll come back to you. We've got Bill, Lee, then you.
But
So
the
write down your
apportionment would lock
questions.
in, the apportionment locks in how much the district's getting, and it's the grant at the time, regardless of when there was an increase or a decrease to the grant.
Okay. Bill?
Well, cash would support a more frequent adjustment, and but I think we all understand that based on my understanding anyway, that would require
no side conversations. Nope. No.
We're going to have to let Chris speak here momentarily. I can see.
It's an order.
Okay, we would support a more frequent adjustment, but I think that our understanding of the law as it stands right now is that would require legislation in order to implement that based upon what's in the law. We sponsored a bill previously, right, to do that, but anyway.
Okay, and that's great to say. Lee? I'm good. Okay, Chris?
Now's your chance, man.
Sure. I think there's a misunderstanding of how these projects are funded. It's the unfunded approvals list that is submitted to the treasurer's office. Those yes, it is. That is what we send to the treasurer's office. We do not send a list of apportioned projects to the treasurer's office. I work with this on a daily basis. That is the system that works. The unfunded approvals are adjusted for the CCI adjustments. If we look back at the February and March discussion we had at the board, it was how to apply the CCI to the unfunded approvals list. That was a discussion that took place. That does change the funding of projects. The fundamental difference between LPP and the current situation is the LPP program was funded from the pooled money investment account, which did provide us the flexibility to do a monthly adjustment. However, using forward funding through the funding of these projects from bond proceeds cannot be done in that manner because you're selling the bonds first and then funding the projects as opposed to funding the projects and then going to PMIA and getting the money for them. So you can make a more rapid adjustment. Under the current realities of this program, that cannot be done. Furthermore, there's a structural problem I could see at OPSC in having to have significant workload to consistently adjust the grant levels and take them before the board with new grant levels all the time. Every month, you would be adjusting any projects that are on that unfunded approvals list, which would create uncertainty for districts in terms of what they're actually going to receive.
So the issue with that I hear is we don't want to accurately fund projects, whether it be more or less, because it's going to be a little...
Hey,
no,
let him
I'm not
finish,
saying-
Chris. Let him finish.
And when have we started selling bonds to fund the unfunded projects? I mean, there's going to be a cutoff no matter what. It's a moot point because right now there's cutoffs and there's projects that would be funded halfway through or we can't fully fund, so we don't fund at all. I mean, it's an irrelevant point. There's going to only be so much money. We all understand that. I would rather see projects more accurately funded, regardless of where the cutoff might be or whether or not the treasurer can sell enough bonds.
Chris? And then Juan?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's not something that's meritorious to do it every month. I'm just stating a concern that's out there and that you do create uncertainty. You would potentially have either additional projects if the CCI goes down or fewer projects funded from those available bond proceeds in any given time period, and that there is that uncertainty given the structure that's there. I'm not commenting on the actual monthly basis. I'm saying there's a structural concern that we need to recognize.
And Frank, just for clarification, I'm not even saying monthly, just something more often than annually, whether it be quarterly, biannually, what have you.
Okay. Juan?
I just wanted to clarify that. I think the reality is that we do have a different system right now. Just like Chris was mentioning, if we didn't have the unfunded situation, then yes, whenever a project uses an apportionment, it is what it is at that point. It doesn't get adjusted after that. But the reality is that right now we do have unfunded approvals. They get unfunded approval, and then when they actually receive an apportionment, when cash becomes available, if that changes, depending on what the board decides, then that may affect the total dollars. Also, there is going to be, whether it's monthly or quarterly, additional workload to our staff because we are going to have to recalculate the grants to make sure that they're aligned with whatever the changes are. So there is going to be additional time that we have to spend to recalculate. But I just wanted to point that out.
So let me just kind of clarify and summarize what I've heard is if we did not have an unfunded list and the PMIA or the PMIB was still around, the likelihood of an adjustment would make it more plausible. But because right now we have an unfunded list, PMIA is no longer around. What the Department of Finance does is pull the unfunded list, give what's apportioned on the unfunded list, give it to the treasurer's office, and then that's what the treasurer's office is then using to sell bonds to then give to us. And so if we were to make adjustments at this time because of the financial crisis on the unfunded list, this structure that has been created because of the financial crisis makes it not likely. But the adjustment, if we get more bonds or the PMI or PMIB comes back, you're not funding off of the unfunded list and the treasurer's not doing that, that would make it more likely to be able to adjust it without, because it's not relied on funding from the unfunded list.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because we were talking kind of
Right,
in
and-
circles, how
And
this
just
new
to
process
give people
came
some
about.
examples of this, if we look at some of the fund balances that are there, That's from the board, that's partially from the board reordering projects after bonds have been sold to a specified order of projects. That's what has caused things like 3 million, 4 million to be sitting in a particular account, because you reorder the list, you change the funding amounts, and that's what is a partial driver of that.
So, Gary?
Yeah, I heard this is, and I'm pretty sure it's true, would require legislative change?
Yes, so
Why are we here?
Well, because the board asked for us to look at it, and we can recommend to the board that if we want to see a more frequent adjustment, we can recommend to the board to look at a legislative change, because there are legislative members that sit on there, and they can make that decision. But yes, it's the board decision, and if the board wants to go forward with it, they can have the discussion of whoever wants to carry that or somebody wanting to carry that. But if the implementation committee, as experts in the industry, want to see a more frequent, that's an option. So what goes to the board is 2 recommendations. 1, keep it as is in the current state of things. 2, there are implementation committee members that would like to see a more frequent adjustment, starting with at least once every 6 months, if not quarterly, and if there was an ability, monthly, and daily. Yeah. No, no. Not going there, Bill. We're cutting you off at monthly. So that would go before the board, and then the board could decide, and if they wanted to see more of a more than a yearly change, then understanding that would take legislation. They can talk amongst themselves and make that decision if they so choose. Yes, Mamie?
I support the recommendation that there be more frequent than once a year. However, I have a question. How complicated it would be, and how feasible and how desirable, to have it done monthly, the data gathering, the reporting on a monthly basis. And when the cumulative change, let's say it starts January 1, it's done monthly, and then all of a sudden it reaches a threshold, let's say April 1st, that the change occurs when that cumulative monthly reaches a certain point, an amount, a percent, or whatever, and then that triggers the change as opposed to making it set every quarter. I don't know how that works with workload, but I think we need to have the monthly, we need to see that every month to follow trends.
So you're saying we need more than once a year, but if we're not going to change every month, but maybe only quarterly, it's still seeing what the monthly CCI is to understand the nature of the switch?
Yeah, I'm really saying that we need 2 things. 1, we need the monthly so we can follow, track, trend, whatever. And especially when things start moving quickly. If they move real slow and don't change, it's not an issue. But if they're going up and or down, I think we need to see it.
So kind of like a report to the board.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, at what point do you make a change? If you make it every quarter, you look, oh, there hasn't been any change, fine, no problem. But if it only changed a very small percentage, do you want to make that small percentage shift at, let's say, at that quarter, or do you go and you keep tracking and maybe it doesn't change for 9 months, but then on the 9th month it reaches 3% or whatever, and then you change based on a threshold amount rather than a calendar time.
Okay. Juan, you had a question?
Just, this is a question for staff. I don't know if DFino or Ian I thought that I'd seen it with Marshall and Swift. Do they provide the information monthly or is it quarterly that they publish? Do you guys know?
I do believe it's monthly.
Monthly. Okay, so it is available.
Yes.
For at least Marshall and Swift. I'm not sure about
And
Mary
as
as
you
well.
explained, LSI,
Okay, so
she
it is
can publish
available
it
then.
monthly as well.
Chris?
I just have a structural question. So are we proposing a recommendation that this is an automatic monthly adjustment, or not necessarily monthly, but a more frequent automatic adjustment, or would the board have to take an action to adjust it more frequently? And if so, the concern that I have is that that would delay the apportioning of projects, because you'd have to bring all of those projects under a readjusted grant level back before the board prior to apportioning them.
Deborah?
Just a question to clarify what Mamie said. Are you saying that, so you look at the trends monthly, but I think what you were saying is if it's a 1% at the end of a quarter, you don't do anything. But if it reaches 3 or 5, or you're seeing huge dips, then you would make the adjustment?
Yeah, the question is,
Right.
if, let's say let's say the board chooses to do the adjustment quarterly, and it's 0.5% up or down. Well, are they going to make that decision? If they said it's going to be done at this point in time, then yes, they would make that decision to do let me make it 0.1%. They're going to make the decision, no matter how municipal, that that's going to be a change up or down. I'm asking, would it be reasonable to have it be that you're following it, it's not set every quarter, but that you're following it so that when it reaches a cumulative change, say from this point in time, that it's now changed, let's say we set it at 2%, but it took 9 months, 10 months to get there, then you change it. In a rapid change, that might be a 1-month situation.
So you would set a threshold and then say, when we get to that threshold, we make the change?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a reasonable variation, or is it too complicated?
And it's an option. It's an option presented to the board. It's what you can do is the board may, kind of one of those things is if the recommendation is the board can look at the CCI as a monthly report, and if legislation passed and allows for a more frequent change, then it allows as an option the board may adjust. And so they don't have to, but it would be based on the monthly reports. If they don't see a change in 6 months, then they don't adjust. But if they see in 4 months to be more accurate and law allows them to adjust, then the board may. Is that what you're going at?
Yeah.
Did I? Okay.
And the board right now approves the adjustment anyway, do they not?
Mm-hmm.
And then staff just takes it and applies it.
Lyle, public comments. So if you've got public comment on CCI, it's now open to items, questions 1, 2, 3. Come up and state your piece or forever hold it.
Good morning. Lyle Smoot, Los Angeles Unified School District. And I'm going to restate the obvious, or state the obvious maybe, that the arguments I hear from Chris and Gary are mostly what I consider to be obfuscations. They aren't dealing with the issue of whether the change on a monthly basis or not is reasonable. They're dealing with the issue of whether it can be administratively done. Quite frankly, I think most of the arguments you presented are not issues, not real issues, because like you say, if the bond measure, like Rob said, if your bond measure is based on the preliminary apportionment or the unfunded apportionment and you fund 99 instead of the 100 or there, so be it. And school districts live with that all the time. So I don't think that creates an issue of concern for most school districts. And so, and I just want to say that I think it is the right thing to do is to decide if a monthly adjustment is reasonable. And you know, you did it under the lease purchase program. Every month you make an adjustment. If the board approves it that month, it's applied to the following month's apportionment. You wouldn't take them back and readjust whatever's on the board that month. So it always followed the next month. So I don't think there's an administrative issue that really has a valid concern. Yeah, it's an additional workload. I don't know if you're still doing it. You were in the agendas up until maybe, I don't know, the last time I looked and see, you were doing the monthly adjustment because it applied to projects that were funded under lease purchase program money. And I don't know if you're still doing it, but it's been there for years. So it isn't much of an additional workload. So just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Based on what Lyle said, can we get that on a monthly basis, the historical adjustments, to see what that trend would be for the past few years? Is that data available so we could see what those adjustments would have been month to month?
Mary, could you just provide us like 2 years, 4? So you can just provide us a monthly 4-year. Please send. Yes, dear.
Also on the OPSC website, there is past history that you're asking for, Chris, based upon Marshall and Swift from 1994 to 2005. and it has the month-to-month data for Class B, Class D, furniture and equipment. So that is
But we have
available.
nothing since 2005.
Not on our website. I could look through the books and actually collect that data. Yes.
But if somebody can help you without doing that in your workload, and you can press some keys, it's not a lot of work time.
I just have to look through the books.
Well, no,
Through
I'm
Marshall.
looking, I'm sorry, I'm looking
Oh,
at Mary.
I'm sorry.
Does it take a lot of time? Does you just,
All I have to do is print them out, or I can send them to you in Excel.
would you mind sending that to Dia, and then we'd be able to get it to the board members? And yeah, understood. You know, and then would you mind, Dia, calling Alan Birch and see if he can get us the same thing? So we can see both LSI and M&S. Alrighty, so in wrapping up this conversation, there's going to be the dual recommendation on question 1, what index should be adopted or recommended adopted to the 2011 CCI to the board is both LSI and M&S. And then with M&S, we're more stating the 8 California cities, correct? We're not talking about the 10 western states.
At least OPSE would recommend the 8 California
Okay,
cities.
so those are the recommendation, no consensus, and the customized index, there is a consensus, no, or not at this time, and then can the board adjust the CCI more than once? Recommendation is dual, keep as is once a year, and recommendation is a more frequent adjustment, and if that requires legislation for the board to look at it and potentially have it so that the board gets the monthly review of the CCI and may adjust if it so falls upon the trigger. Did I accurately capture where we want to go? Yes, Mamie?
I just have a question. Is it appropriate to report, when you report to the board that we're split, is it appropriate to report to them the magnitude of the split? As opposed to split versus hung jury?
I think that, yeah, I think the board is readily aware of the split and the minority-majority split as it exists on the implementation committee. So, and then I would also leave it up to you as experts that if you feel the need, you can talk to the SAB members as well and inform them. Yes, Patty, I saw your hand go up before we close this out.
Hi, I'm Patty Herrera with Cash. I just wanted to expand on what an issue that Mamie raises, and this was actually brought to my attention by a Cash member who normally is here but is not today, relative to volatile markets. Somebody suggested that maybe we need to look at the methodology for producing the CCI, and this goes to the question of frequency, so maybe we can even just avoid the frequency question and legislative remedies to that by looking at the methodology used to produce the CCI. And the issue that this member raised was perhaps we need to look at a weighting mechanism for the CCI. And what Mamie was suggesting was that the board looks at the data on a monthly basis. And in very volatile markets where, let's say in the first half of the year, the market is trending downward, but then the market begins to climb upward, and I'm getting funding in December of that year, or I'm getting funding in January of the next year, my project costs are going to be more reflective of the costs trends toward the end of the year. And so this person just suggested that maybe we ought to look at perhaps a weighting mechanism, like we do for cohort survival. And I just wanted to throw that out there. It may or may not remedy the frequency question, but it's just, I think it's something that deserves a review.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions, comments before we close this out? Take a 10-minute restroom break and come back for HPI. Seeing none, 10-minute break.
the only time you'll have to report on modernization projects on the PIW. And all that we're asking is that you fill out the header section on the first page to identify the project, and then all the associated costs on the last page of the PIW, which is the high performance page. So that's all you need to do. You don't have to fill out all the pages in between, just that first identifier section and then the HBI portion. The last thing that we're going to talk about today is how do you establish standard costs? There was a lot of concern about this last time. Mr. Savage, I think, pointed out that in many cases he gets a cost comparison when he's doing, when you're endeavoring to design a project. The architect will bring to you a couple sets of costs. One will be standard performing components, one will be high performing components, and there's differential costs there that we could use for that. Also, there's lots of publications and other things you can look at that will show you standard cost of different components, or if there's a variance, you could use an average of those standard costs. So we're hoping that that is the way you would establish a standard cost for the purposes of this form. With that as well, we're very open to adding questions to our frequently asked questions. You can see the 3 pages that follow the cover item are the frequently asked questions that we've come up with thus far. These are just things that our staff thought that would be pertinent to filling the form out. We did section it out by the sections of the form. There's 3 sections on this page, and we're very much open to receiving and accommodating any other questions that you can think of or other issues you can think of that need to be addressed or clarified. We'd be happy to add to this. So it's not a fixed document. We can. I envision this. We haven't talked about the mechanics of this, but I envision this being available online, and we can always add to that. So I would encourage anybody to send their questions to me or just to our attention to our office, and we'll try to accommodate those as best we can.
Thank you, Brian. So for the most part, again, the purpose of this is to lay out what the questions that we've received that people have asked us. The PIW was adopted as part of the package that the board approved, the state allocation board approved. So it's not that we can change the questions in the PIW as they exist unless we go back through regulations and have the board switch those up. So, but if there are other questions, clarification that you need with this is the time to bring it up so that we can add to it to make sure that school districts understand. Bill?
Yeah, I think good job on the questions, the FAQ thing. I think that's good. It explains it pretty well, but I do have a question. So most of my projects are modernization projects, and we do all high-performance grant, incentive grant projects now. Will I be required to submit a PIW prior to fund release?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Okay. So, because that's the case now for a new construction project, right? That's the gatekeeper, the PIW gatekeeper. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
And so we should probably add that to the FAQ with modernization, since modernization projects don't fill out a PIW. This is a new process to understand that if they have an HPI, that they have to do that. Fred?
That's just only for high performance.
Yes, if they
Right.
have high performance,
That's correct.
but that question should be asked on the, make sure that it's clarified on the FAQ.
A couple of other comments on the, I recall when we went over this when it was before us and going to the board. But on the differential soft costs, I think one of the ways that districts one of the ways that our district at least is seeing fee proposals from architects these days is we often will get a fee proposal from an architect that will say, here's the OPSC fee schedule, so to speak, for this project. And here's, oh, by the way, all the other things that are not in the OPSC fee schedule, including all of the high-performance design elements that you want to put in it, and here's the cost to do the extra engineering. So those kinds of things. So I'm really saying this to school districts and everyone else I assume architects are doing this everywhere, hopefully not just to me. that they're identifying the extra costs in their proposals to school districts, so those costs can be just pulled right out of the fee proposals and placed into the differential soft cost elements right there for the design. And then for your other consultants that are part of the high-performance team, specifically the most important one's probably the commissioning agent, right? The standard is there isn't a commissioning agent. The new one is, here's the $100,000 cost for my commissioning agent. So I think there's a lot of good mechanisms that we have on the soft cost side to get this stuff in there and get the information in there.
So how do we frame that question so it's understood that should school districts ask their architect, how do school districts get soft costs? Ask your architect? I mean, how, is that framed?
Are you talking about when you're trying to guess how much they will be, like in the initial reporting? I mean, I think later on you're going to be able to go look at invoices and see how much you've paid them.
Well, typically by the time we do this, for a modernization project, just as right, so we're going to be filing after. I mean, you're already under contract. You've already had the architect's services, so you'll have all the fee information that you can put in there at the time that you're filling this 5005 out. Typically.
I don't know. Good question. Ask.
Juan, do additions qualify for HPI?
Yes.
So just as it relates to the student achievement, how should a school district verify their student achievement if it's an addition to a school, which is under new construction and not modernization?
This would fall into the flexibility part of the information submittal,
So a district can say, I have no idea how to answer this.
potentially, yes.
Well, and I want to go on record as reminding everybody that when we discussed this the first time, and before it went to the board, we as a committee, expressed some skepticism about our ability to fill out the student achievement section. Because it's hard to measure, and people a lot smarter than us spend a lot of time trying to do that too.
And that's why, while the board approved that question, why I believe the FAQ is very important, so that it explains to districts that if you have somebody who's a brainiac and very data smart and has extra time, that maybe an intern, because districts don't have money to pay these people, you have that data. Please insert it, but if not, estimate, guesstimate, or say, I don't know. That there will be no harm, there will be no penalty for not having that information. So anybody else have any other questions, things that they want to see clarified on this FAQ? Lee, then Bill, and then Lyle, you can come on up.
Thank you. I think this is really good. I think that you'll get a lot of good data on here, and if people are motivated, districts are motivated to continue to get high-performance grants. They'll be motivated to try to fill this form out the best that we can. So the flexibility is key, and I'm glad that you emphasize that. I'm wondering, Bill, on the thing that you just talked about, is there any way that we can, it's not necessarily, well, we can put it in the form of an FAQ, but suggestions about how to get at this information? One suggestion might be, in your architect proposal, tailor it to this. Ask them for this information and have them break it out. So maybe we could put that kind of suggestion in, so at the very front end, they've got it in place. There might be some other things like that you could actually tailor to making sure that you get this information. The other thing would be, I think this is great. Sailor, it was spelled SAILOR, which is great. So that would be Sailor, yeah. So anyway,
Bill, then Lyle.
I think it would, as you're explaining more about the other benefits in the FAQ, you may want to just reference some of the other, a lot of what's in here is focusing on the energy savings, say, because that's something that I think the state has a high interest, obviously, in quantifying that. But there are a lot of other benefits that the state has a very high interest in quantifying related to high performance, and they would include things like water use reduction, which is a key part of a high-performance school, They would include stormwater management and clean runoff from the site, which is an important part of a high-performance school. So you may want to reference some of this, just give some, some key areas pulled out of the CHIPS or the state manual that might go into the FAQ on the other benefits component.
Okay. Lyle, then Fred?
Lyle Smoot again, Los Angeles Unified. There's a whole bunch of things I'd like to say. I'll try to combine them as much as possible. First, I would like to say that I think there's a doubt in many people's mind as to whether the board actually approved this form, and I think there is an opportunity that I would ask be considered that you take it back to the board and say, there is this question, we'd like to reaffirm, if you will, what this form is for. Because at that point, I believe that most of the information you're asking for on this form is not available for a long time after the projects are completed. And to ask for something at the time of a fund release, there's going to be an estimate, I just don't get it. I just flat don't get it. You're asking people to do an awful lot of work on this form, or to just go, maybe I'm going to save 20%, and you're going to get absolutely nothing. Sorry, Lee, I just disagree. I don't think you're getting anything of value, and I think you're going to slow down the process, and I think you're asking a lot of questions that just make absolutely no sense at the time of the fund release, especially a little bit more at the time of the completion of the project. Again, you can't determine how that affected the students at any time in that process. You're talking about maybe 3 years after the project is done. I'd really like to suggest that we stop this whole thing, go back, look at this form, ask the question, is this really going to have value, and start looking at this form from the perspective of everybody here from the school districts anyway, and I think I can say this, hates the PIW, period. So to add something that is worthless, and it's going to get nothing but worthless, useless information out of worthless, useless time, just makes no sense to me. Yeah, I don't know any words to say it.
So Lyle, worthless?
For the record, that was LAUSD.
Is that,
That was Lyle.
Thanks, John.
we've got Chris, then Bill.
Actually,
Oh, and sorry. No, Chris, I'm sorry. That was Fred.
I was going to switch topics if they want to counter.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a specific question maybe for Lyle. So are you suggesting then that we take this to the board and potentially have schools reporting this data over multiple years after the project is completed? So that we have worthwhile data? Is that your suggestion?
Bill?
Yeah, I want to respectfully disagree with Lyle a little. And I did have to fill out a PIW for a new construction project recently, and yes, it was difficult to use. I couldn't go back and change things. Once I'd already submitted it, OPSC had a comment. I couldn't go back and change it online. I mean, that seems bizarre. But anyway, so there's some user issues with the program. But we have a responsibility to start gathering data. And this is an imperfect instrument here, but if we're going to, as school districts and as people involved in school construction, continually go forward and ask the legislature to fund things at appropriate levels, we have a responsibility to provide accurate data about costs and the difference in costs of doing things, and we need to find ways to do it. This is not perfect, I totally agree, but we have to start somewhere, and we have to get data compiled to support the case of what we really need to build schools. And I think it doesn't help us to just whine about it. We need to figure out a way to make them better and keep making it better. And I think his staff's effort that Brian has done, at least in doing a good FAQ here that helps someone go through this part of the process, is really what we're talking about today. And I think that's important.
Masha, and then it looks like we have public comment, and then Fred, when we can switch to the next subject, we will.
Okay, so I have a suggestion, but I want to know if you think it's a worthwhile suggestion. Given that this document is filled out at the point where the project is either well-designed, funded, or maybe perhaps even occupied, such as a lot of modernization projects, as I understand we have, that are submitted as reimbursements, where in fact you may have some data on student achievement. Would it be helpful if we inform school districts, and this is where DSA can help, and post this document in the FAQ, not only on the OPSC website, but also on the DSA website, to where at least the school district knows early on in the project that they will be required to report this data, and maybe can adjust the way that it works with its design professionals, cost estimators, and whomever, that basically they would know earlier in the project that, hey, 2 years from now, we will be required to provide this data. Would that, something like that, be helpful?
Yes.
Okay, then we will just work a lot together, and kind of helps that we're all friends.
All right, let's go to public comment. Let's go Lyle, then Ron, and then come on up. Lyle, stick to the subject matter.
I always do.
Uh-huh.
No, I just want to respond to what Bill was saying, because I wasn't suggesting that we don't report or that we don't give costs or we don't give anything. What I was trying to suggest, didn't do a very good job of maybe, was that we look at the form and look at the things that can be provided and the timing of
It is a
providing that.
future subject matter discussion that is coming back to IMP. We will be looking at the entire PIW.
Well, that's fine. I just think we're going to start right off with a PIW that has a whole bunch of requests for information that are of no value, and will provide worse than no value. They're detrimental, and I'd
Please.
just like to have that conversation now in this conversation.
While we may have this conversation, I think it's also worthwhile for LAUSD maybe to go talk to our state allocation board members, who are the ones that make the final decision, so that they further understand your concerns with the PIW.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, Ron from WLC Architects. I agree with collecting valuable information. But what is it with government that people can't admit that they've made a mistake? And this is an imperfect form, and let's correct it and move on from there. I don't understand it. Let me just reflect back on what I think this is the perfect example in a prior life of mine. When you saw something like this and you knew it was bad, it was imperfect, we used to say, we measure it with a micrometer, we mark it with a grease pencil, and we cut it with a hatchet. And that's exactly what we're getting here. So why not stop it and go back and say, hey, we made a mistake. Let us recalculate it. Let us relook at this, and let's figure out how we get good information out of it.
And that's a board decision that can be brought back up for their reconsideration. Well?
Wael Attar from San Bernardino State Unified School District. I just have ask for a clarification. For the modernization project with the high performance grant, does the entire form need to be filled, or just only the
Just the header section on the front page and the last page only.
last page only?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And can we make sure that's really clear in the FAQ? Okay. Okay.
It's clear.
Thank you.
Fred, change subject matter.
On the student achievement part, Brian, this is the FAQ online?
Not yet, it will be.
Oh, but it will be, so
Yes.
so that you could post hyperlinks and just navigate.
Sure.
Similar to what Bill was talking about on energy or something else. And there can be some links provided for districts to look at on student achievement that would be probably readily applicable to most projects, whether lighting, air conditioning, and the like. So we can get you hooked up with some of those links that districts can look at. You know, I think just by definition, a modernization project helps student achievement, I hope. So I don't think you're going to get too much new epiphanies out of it, but I'll get you some stuff on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Would it be helpful to have a couple of examples posted onto the website of?
Examples can
specifically,
sometimes get us
if
into
you-
trouble. Suggestions are great.
Well, that's what I mean, a suggestion of what types of things would be included in each section. So if we're looking at student achievement, you're putting API scores, as potential things that can be included. So I know Fred's saying, well, let's include hyperlinks to those types of things. But if we wrote in API, I think school districts would understand what API is, and it'd be very clear.
Include but not limited to.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I would not, API is probably not get much useful information out of that in a modernization project or any project on that. I think the emphasis may be more on improving the learning environment with the hoped long-term increase in the outcomes, not something.
Any other suggestions, clarifications that needed to be added to the FAQ?
Can you clarify, you made a statement in the course of our dialogue with the public related to the efficacy of the form that we're going to go back and relook at the entire PIW? Did I hear that correctly?
Future discussion, yes. The future agenda.
Is that on the future agenda item?
That isn't, yes,
isn't
that
in-
I'm going to be announcing at the end.
Thank you
yes,
for clarifying that.
Yeah. So we're going to have a little bit of an early lunch. So let's take an hour. It's 11:20 now. Let's come back at 12:20. We're going to start with LCP and finish with 127. So see everybody in an hour. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. They have no vote if they are late. And out of respect, they've been given almost 10 minutes. So they must be having a powwow somewhere. Went to lunch together. So for this afternoon, we're going to start with LCP. Welcome, Laurel, Barbara. Let's jump into our very fun subject matter of LCP. All right, Laurel Winter with OPSC. Well, I'm going to go through this in detail since the report came out late yesterday. So the focus of the discussion is on the proposed regulations for implementing SB X29. This bill requires that school districts receiving state bond funds for public works projects with construction contracts awarded on or after August 1st, 2010, pay a fee to DIR to ensure compliance with and the enforcement of prevailing wage laws. At the July 2010 Implementation Committee meeting, we presented the background information on this, and a few questions rose from the committee members. First question brought up. We're now on page 2, the discussion. Oh, stamp page. Sorry, the stamp page.
There's no stamp page. It's the last
LCP.
item at the end of the packet. So at the July 2010 meeting, one of the questions asked is there a local match required for the DIR fee? And from looking through the bill, Labor Code Section 1771.75E states that there will be a state share to the DIR fee. Therefore, a local match is required, which is consistent with the new construction and modernization grant programs. Another question was, will the Office of Public School Construction please present scenarios for the SFP projects to show which labor compliance program they're subject to, whether it's the old labor compliance or the new DIR fee. We don't have the details of that ready yet. I have below here a list of the scenarios that have been posed already. So if any other scenarios come up, please let us know and we'll look into those as well. On the next page, page 3, we were also asked, will the Career Tech program, will the DIR fee fall below the $3 million cap, or will it be above that? At this time, it doesn't appear that we'll be able to provide the additional grant for CTE projects because those are all funded from Proposition 1D, and the SAB doesn't appear to have authority to provide the additional grant for the DIR fee on 1D projects. The next question goes along with that and is a question on what the DIR is going to enforce the fee on as far as the equipment portion of the CTE projects. And we can't really speak to what DIR will be assessing their fee to. Better source for the answer to that question is the compliance monitoring unit with DIR. And then we were finally asked if we have an outreach plan for communicating the new DIR fee and additional grant with the school districts. We do have a plan. The OPSC and DIR would like to do some joint presentations at the COE meetings. In addition, we plan to communicate about the new DIR fee to school districts through updates from the project managers, the remaining COE meetings, webinar presentations, publication through our building blocks, and FAQ section on the website, as well as email notification to school districts. So the meat of the discussion here is we have the proposed regulations. We've attached a draft. The draft includes both new sections that would need to be added to the SFP regulations, as well as amendments to the current ones. First, we have the DIR fee criteria. We've kind of put this into the definition section. If you look at the attachment, it's the first item, the definitions. And we've described here the DIR fee is the fee to apply fee applied to any project funded in whole or in part by Propositions 47 and 55 with a construction contract award date on or after August 1st, 2010, and is therefore subject to Labor Code Section 1771.75. The board shall award an additional grant equal to the state share of the fee as determined by the Department of Industrial Relations to ensure compliance with and enforcement of prevailing wage laws. So in setting this up in the definition section, we hope to just really make it clear on what the fee will be and how it's going to be applied to the projects.
Mm-hmm.
We also want to talk about the bond sources. Cited here on the last page of my cover item, page 4 of it, the kind of thought behind how we're applying this. From reading through SBX 29, it appears that the DIR fee will be assessed on all projects bond funded, so that would be Propositions 47, 55, and 1D for our purposes. But through Labor Code Section 1771.75, Part E, it appears that SBX 29 only gave the SAB authority to provide the additional grant for just the 47 and 55 bond funds. In writing our proposed regulations, we wanted to address the waivers. It is possible for school districts to receive a waiver if they have been approved by DIR. School districts cannot run a third party, but they can perform their own labor compliance monitoring. So we wanted to assure districts that even if they are running their own labor compliance program that is approved through DIR, we still would be providing the state's share of the grant for those. And so at this time, staff would like to seek further input from committee members and stakeholders on the proposed regulations.
So to set up this, because most of you are more than 15 minutes late, unacceptable. You know, I don't believe we should waste anybody's time, and so we got started ahead of time. One of the things I want to address before we get into the conversation, as you can see with LCP, right now we're just addressing 47 and 55. In regards to whether 1D is subject to this, this is really getting information from bond counsel and the treasurer's office. We need their opinion. I don't think any one of us here is qualified to say yes or no, or it does apply or it doesn't apply. Let's let the authorities determine it, and we were hoping to have their opinion back by this time. It has not, but I don't want to delay continuing this conversation and hold it up because we don't have an answer as to whether 1D projects are subject to the LCP. So to the extent that we know where some of the implementation committee members are in wanting this to apply to 1D, and that was the intent, waiting for the AG's office and treasurer's office bond counsel for determining the applicability of that in finality. So with that, want to open it up, and what you missed is what you'll see on page 2 under discussion has a lot of the questions answered of yes, a local match is required. And then also, sorry that there were not stamped pages on this. It was because of the bane of LCP of everybody's existence. This was got out a little late. But what you'll see and what we need to look at is on the attachments is the definition and regulations. We're defining what a DIR fee is because as a result of SB 2X9, LCP per se is gone. It's gone away, and so DIR calls it, you know, DIR, and it's a DIR fee. So there's really not an quote unquote LCP left. That's why we figured we needed to define what DIR was. So that's where you've got. And then the other thing I want you to think about as it relates to the waivers is, do we need a specific spell out for waivers? Want your question, your thoughts on that, where we could say in section 8, you know, it could be for any project running a labor compliance program or subject to the DIR fee, the board shall award additional grant, because you're not going to, those that have their own program are not going to be getting a DIR fee. It's the state allocation board directly gives you that money, so it would be the board that would understand how to calculate and give that. And so is it a misnomer where in the event that the DIR grants a fee waiver, they're not really granting you a fee waiver, they've just granted you the authority to have your own internal program. So can we just roll it into one, or do we need a specific spell out of a waiver, which is something to look at. So in regards to moving this in a direction, it's really feedback on the language of the regulations and suggestions, concerns, questions that you need clarification with from staff. Yes, Laura?
I should also explain, if you look at the attachment, new construction, what we had to do here is kind of set the stage for it. We took the old LCP regulations and just clarified that these are for the projects awarded prior to August 1st, 2010, and then added a new section for the new DIR fee. So it separates the two. I think it'll be a little easier to clarify them more that way. So if you're looking at it and wondering, what 185971.4A is about, that's why there's an underline there.
Yep, Chris?
I just think the discussion on a whole on this DIR fee is premature. I would recommend putting this off for at least another month and then bringing it back.
Well, can you say why it's premature?
I would say it's premature because we are actively working with the Treasurer's Office and the Department of Industrial Relations to flesh out the Department of Industrial Regulations at this time.
Okay, but that doesn't say why it's premature.
I can't comment beyond that past. It's my belief that these are premature.
Dennis?
But the regulations are still applicable to contracts awarded on or after August 1st of this year, correct? So we need something in place, because how do districts know how to proceed?
I understand your concerns, but I do believe it's premature.
What you're saying is what you guys come up with might preempt what's here, right? So
That's potentially where that's going. Well, in general, until there's official notice that something has occurred,
Please tell me.
it's premature.
Can we ask OPSC, are you, if you're apportioning projects now, after August 1st or whatever, are you assessing this fee, providing this amount?
Well, we can't do anything until we adopt till the board approves the regulations.
That's what I thought.
So that's what we're discussing here, is to implement regulations. We understand that there's a lot of different discussions going on, but to change the process, we need to change our regulations.
Yes, Dennis?
Doesn't a school district that goes out for a contract now, anytime after August 1st, has to make the decision, okay, if there's some money coming from 55 or 47, what do I do? Do I have a local LCP program, or, as the regulations say, anything after August 1st, is DIR taking this over? And don't we need regulations to determine what that funding is? Is there a chance here that there's going to be some districts that are caught in this? Like, if new regulations come out, are they going to be retroactive, or are districts going to have contracts that don't have an LCP, local LCP program, and then that jeopardize the funding?
The funding is not going to be jeopardized because there are specific provisions in the statute that allow us to add grants after the full and final. So when the regulations become effective, there will be an opportunity to increase the grants by apportionments. So they're going to be they're going to receive the appropriate funding once the regulations become effective.
I understand, but as of, and I may be misinterpreting this, I apologize, but as of August 1st, if I'm a school district and I have a contract, I would interpret this to mean that DIR is taking it over, and I don't have to have a local contract. So I'll proceed on that basis that DIR is doing it. What happens if later on regulations change and say, oops, we really didn't mean that, and you still have to have your local LCP in place until October 1st?
There's a law in place and there's regulations that have been adopted by DAR. Every district should assume and act as if that is the subject being applied to them, the law as it applies to them, that DIR will be doing this. What we need regs for is for the State Allocation Board to provide the grants. Because the LCP has sunsetted based on the new legislation, we at the State Allocation Board need to adopt regulations to authorize the board to give additional grants. So if we don't have regulations in place in time, what happens is, just kind of like with the CCI, there's a language left at the bottom of it, this full and final shall remain open subject to, CCI adjustment or LCP grant adjustment. So if we adopt at a later time and we didn't give the money at the time of apportionment, it allows that to still be open so you still get the grants. So that's how districts should move forward, and all questions give to DIR in regards to the specifics of it until the State Allocation Board actually adopts implementing regulations, if that makes sense. Bill?
So DIR has regulations in place?
Yes.
And so in theory, I guess, so we are bound by those regulations?
Yes.
And so we have to comply with them?
Yes.
Okay. So at first I was going to agree with Chris twice in one day, but, that we might want to put this off. But the flip side of that is, if we have to comply with these regulations, and it's really, we would be just have an unfunded mandate, essentially, another one.
Yes.
And if we don't have regulations in place for us to get the money that was anticipated in the law. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, I would note that this isn't scheduled to be at the October board meeting.
But it still takes a while for something to come from here to more than likely the November board meeting. So it's to get feedback, and if we don't finalize, it can come to the October IMP to then finalize for November.
Can I
Yes,
follow
Bill?
up? So I missed the last two IMP committee meetings, and I apologize, but do we all, have we all received and reviewed?
I really enjoyed your replacements.
Thanks a lot, yeah. Have we all received and reviewed the DIR regulations? And we're all clear on those?
I don't think anybody, not even DIR, is clear on them.
Oh, good. That makes it even better. Okay. And then, I think, am I understanding this right? The way that the piece is written in here, you're only dealing with funding for projects under Prop 4755, right?
Correct.
And so if I have modernization projects that are, all my money's in 1D,
Then you need to discuss that with DIR, because the regs as written in law, or the statute as written, it applies to all bond funds, so therefore you're still subject to the DIR fee, but unfortunately they cut and pasted from the LCP, and as you can see in the definition on page,
you're really up on this, aren't you? That's good.
where did we put it?
Where did we put it?
On the definition of DIR fee, when they cut and pasted the old LCP and put it into the labor code section, it only talks about the bond funds of 02 and 04. It didn't add in the bond funds of 1D, and so that's why I said whether 1D is subject, that the board can actually give grants to it for the DIR fee, is subject to bond counsel, treasurer, and AG determination. But you probably is a valid question to ask DIR if DIR is going to assess a fee on 1D funds, of which then we don't know whether we have authority to give grants on. That's the unanswered question.
Well, and partly that was why I was going to agree with Chris that this is premature, this discussion, because we're really talking about a very limited subset of projects, aren't we? And 4755, there's not that many. I don't know.
Well,
Help me out, Juan.
the funding is in 55, some right now. But here's the thing. With this might be a little premature, but let's assume 1D is in here or 1D is found to be allowed in. You really wouldn't change the language of this. You would just add in 1D. So you have to look at the language. It would still kind of be the same.
Well,
The language in it wouldn't say, we would just add in that this applies to bond funds from OSIP.
well, and I mean, not to get into the bigger pictures, but I mean, to me, the whole thing feels like it's a setup to fail. If we have a sort of partially enabled funding authority, and we have regulations supposedly in effect with DIR, but no real regulations that anybody's ever seen.
No, they've been publicized. They had to go through the whole public thing.
Okay,
It's
and
on
so-
DI. Yeah, no, nothing was hidden in that. It's been
And
noticed in
are they running the
communication.
program now, and they're in?
Yes, they're.
Is there anybody here from DIR?
We invited them.
That didn't answer my question. So no?
Nobody's standing up.
Okay.
So, but we did invite them for that discussion.
Well, I'm going to go with Chris then. I think we should put this discussion off.
Lee?
I think it's important for us to look at this right now. Maybe we can't have a full fleshed out and get into the nitty gritty, but at least see what you're proposing, what OPSC is proposing, because it's not, I think it's important for districts to understand that they are going to be, if you have a project awarded after, your board awards a bid after August 1st, you're in this. And you should understand that you might not, as it stands now, if you're under 1D, you're not going to get any kind of help from OPSC on the fee. But if you're under 4755, you may. I mean, I just think it's important for districts to at least understand that and to have this out there. This is out here on the web now. It's published as part of the agenda. Maybe we don't, the discussion may not have to be that deep. But I'm thankful, actually, that this got put on the agenda because people can actually start to see and understand what's happening on this.
Chris?
Sure. If Juan or staff could comment to this, what are the requirements of LCP under Proposition 1D?
They're on.
Hence why Proposition 1D might have been left out?
But it depends. Has DIR interpreted that because of the statute that it applies to all bond funds that they then assess?
Hence why it might be premature, because we don't know if DIR is including this or not at this time?
We're sort of ferreting out what DOF is working on here.
Lisa, yeah.
Yeah, Rob?
So would we be putting on hold because we don't know if 1D is subject to it?
But we do know 47 and 55 are
Right,
subject
so
to it.
why would we put it on hold because of 1D?
That's up.
That doesn't make,
it's
I
up
can
to
tell
the
you,
will of the committee.
I speak for many districts. I have projects coming up this summer, right now, that I'm going to award on. You know, we frankly, we thought we knew, but now we don't know. And we're reeling, for lack of a better term, and I'm going to be paying too. I'm paying the DIR now, and I'm going to pay my labor compliance consultant just to get me through the weeds in the meantime so that I don't jeopardize all of my funding for not being compliant. So, I mean, I would urge us to keep the dialogue going, and I know there's a number of questions on this. So I think 1D can sort itself out, but for the rest of us that have projects coming up, I think we need to continue the conversation.
Okay, well, if we're to continue in that regard, this is regulations to apply to 47 and 55, so would welcome your feedback, questions that you have in this regard.
Can I start then?
Yep.
On the attachments, page 1, that one is stamped, Lisa. There's page 1.
is.
Under definitions, it speaks to the fee, and the last sentence in 1859.2 says the board shall award an additional grant equal to the state share of the fee as determined by DIR. My understanding is that DIR is going to look at the grant including site acquisition. So does this deal with that? So whatever their fee is, OPSC will fund half of it regardless of how they calculate the fee?
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. So
We're
that
just
takes
leaving
care
it in
of it.
DIR's hands to calculate it.
Okay, thank you. I've heard speculation. I think regardless of how they're going to calculate the fee, the nice thing to know is now that OPSC will pay for half of it, regardless of how they calculate it.
Right, but yeah, for Gary, your question, it appears in the DIR regulations that they're going to be calculating the fee for design-build projects different than non-design-build projects. So for design-build, they're going to exclude site acquisition.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is new information.
Why is
we were told
OPSC
the opposite.
deferring to DIR in terms of setting up and helping DIR understand how the program works? I mean, site acquisition has almost no labor. Help me if I'm wrong. Am I off base on this here? But
No, this was brought up, Bill,
yeah, that's
Bill,
fine.
no,
Okay, I'm a little
this was
right.
brought up during the drafting of the DIR regs. They did not take public comment and chose to continue the split between site acquisition and not. So, public comment was had and given in regards to DIR. DIR chose not to listen from experts in the field. And it's fully stated in their Q&A and public comment online.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Lee?
Just a question on the program. I don't know, Lisa, if this is appropriate for the conversation, but I think districts are confused about what exactly is the amount of the fee, because now we're saying there's a state match, and about a month ago, that was unclear. I mean, a district match. So now, could you just state what your understanding is, just so we get it really clear on what is the amount of the fee, the total amount of the fee, district?
It's kind of a 50, it's a 50-50. So it's a 50-50 or 60-40. So
Okay.
Project cost, DIR, there's the formula that sets it up as long as it's not design build. And they will calculate that fee, and OPSC, as State Allocation Board, will give a grant 50% of covering that. So it's not,
Okay.
and it's very clear, because somebody actually brought this up, that it might be a concern of you have your total project cost, and then we include what that fee will be, and then DAR calculated off of that, so they get it. No, it's
Yeah.
based off of just that, absent what the additional grant will be to cover the DIR cost, or the DIR fee.
Okay, and the total amount of the fee does not exceed 0.25% of the bonds of the state money that you got.
That's what it says.
So it's not 0.25% paid by the state, like if it's a 50-50 project. 0.25% plus district has to pay 0.25%. That there's some districts out there who are saying, wait, do I have to match that? So now they're getting 0.5% of the project.
And I think that's an appropriate
that-
question to talk to DIR
that what-
about. Yeah.
Well, the statute stated that DIR could set the fee up to 0.25%, and so in DIR's regulations, they did set it at 0.25%. So as far as that goes with districts thinking it was 1/4 and state funds 1/4, I don't know about that, but.
I think that's a really, really important piece of it, because you're effectively doubling what the DIR said they're going to collect.
And
is double
understand,
that
I am
amount.
going to say that everybody on this committee then needs to talk to DIR, because they, by statute, are the ones that set that and control that and set policy in regards to that. Whether we can talk to them and say it should, in totality, just be that, but DIR is the ultimate decision maker in that regard. Deborah, then Mamie, and then Barbara.
Can you just refresh my memory on why the design build was excluded?
The dollars for that?
Site acquisition.
I think that's a DIR question.
DIR.
DIR's regulations, they'd be better equipped for answering why they did that. I don't know.
Lisa, can I jump
Yeah.
in here for just a second? What we were attempting to do in these regulations was to leave them open enough so that whatever DIR determines needs to be the fee, the state would be able to provide the match for it. So we recognize that there are a lot of questions with how DIR is charging it, but we didn't feel that that was necessarily our area. But what we did understand was that the law is allowing us to match it. So that was our goal here, and that's why you don't see specific calculations in these regulations, because there were a lot of unique project circumstances and types, and we're hoping that in this draft, it kind of gets at, if DIR is charging you X, we will match it. So that was the intent.
So we've got Mamie, then Chris, then Dennis, then Bill, then Rob.
Okay, so I just heard you say if DIR charges X, then you will provide X?
Provide
The
half.
state share. The state share.
Okay,
State
yeah,
share.
okay.
State- yeah, it's over here.
Okay.
Or
Got it.
60/40 or 60/40 modernization.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sorry.
Chris?
I just have a technical note. In the definition section, it says, "and is therefore subject to the labor code section." "The" should be deleted. It's just subject to labor code section.
All right. Dennis?
Yeah, I have a question for Chris. The regulations that you're talking about, I mean, the DIR regulations have been passed, approved, OAL, the whole thing, and they're effective as of August 1st. What regulations are you talking about that would modify that?
Again, I can't really comment officially, but I can say that we're looking at those regulations in particular, and we may see something forthcoming.
All righty. Bill?
What did the law say about the level of the fee? In other words, what was in the
I believe
law?
it's up-
The statute?
Up
to.
So up to, so that would presume then that there was a discussion here about, well, does that mean that that's the state share and then a district share? That would exceed that level, correct? So it strikes me that we're really talking about the state share being 50%, if it's new construction, of the up to number of 1/4, 1%.
Unfortunately, this was not given into the purview of the State Allocation Board determining this. Statute said DIR shall determine. We've been working with DIR, whether it was taken into consideration and working with them and how they set up the regs, that's left open to interpretation.
I was asking about the statute, Madam Chair, and so I was kind of trying to go back to the statute and what the statute said. And if the statute said, or does anybody have that here? So, in other words, if we're trying to answer a question that everybody's having about, are we going to pay more than
Basically, the
that?
specific statute says, DIR, with the approval of DOF, shall determine and assess a fee on any awarding body using funds derived from any bond issued by the state to fund public work projects in an amount not to exceed 1/4 of 1% of the bond fees. So this applies to every bond, transportation, water, you know what. So it doesn't take into consideration how school construction projects are built, which, as we look into it, which ours are 60/40 or 50/50. And so their fee is up to 1/4 of 1%. And basically, as written in bond covenants, SFP requires matching. So they actually get 1/2 of 1%.
Wait. I was the opposite of that. Now what? Chris?
Because
I need some help from DOF here.
They charge 1/4, and then you pay 50% of that. So never mind. I was wrong. So they get I was wrong. So they charge 1/4. They set in statute up to. They charge regulations 1/4. So you're required to pay 60 or 50/50 or 60/40 of that. So an eventual up to is the 1/4 of 1%. Yeah, it doesn't get to 1/2.
Ouch.
But is it if you have a $10 million project, $5 million state funds, is it 1/4, 1% of the $5 million?
Yes.
And then you pay half.
Okay. Rob, then Chris.
I'll just say for the record, at the risk of my projects being audited, it's very frustrating that DIR is not here today. But, and I may be splitting hairs here, but because of the way this whole fee is starting to shake out and how DIR is now saying they're going to assess it based on site development, what have you, and it might be in here already, but it might behoove us, OPSC or the board, to delineate in the approval the DIR fee. Or else I can almost guarantee you that they're going to charge 1/4% of the amount in the grant to cover 50% of the fee. Does that make sense?
Talking about the board item, when we
Right.
actually did the board item delineate.
So they don't charge a quarter
Yeah.
% of the grant augmentation to cover
And
the fee.
that was our goal too, on the actual funding show.
That may never stop, huh? You'd have to keep coming back.
Chris, did you have a, okay. Any other questions? Let's go to public comment. Lyle, I know you had one. Yeah. So if you come up in order or whatnot, if you got a question.
Lyle Smoot, again.
And
Just-
Lyle, for those who just jumped on and don't know who you are and may just be watching, who you represent?
Is there anyone out there that doesn't know me? Los Angeles Unified. Thank you. I'm trying to offer a suggestion for simplification of the answer of whether Prop 1D is involved or not. If you'd add something to the regulation that said, some kind of Weasley thing that says, and to the extent that the state allocation board determines that Prop 1D is subject to this rule, then it's included also, so you don't have to come back and do another regulation.
I think if, when it goes to the board, we can have that option in there. It just wasn't written in that way if, in the meantime, it becomes determinate.
Okay. I just think it'd be a good thing to at least have the option. Thanks.
Come on, Will. I will.
Wael Attar from San Bernardino City Unified School District. I'm glad that I'm not the only one confused about this item here. So, but
Welcome
we do
to the world of confusion with this.
we do have a situation. I'm not really sure other school districts do have this or not. I'm assuming they do, but we do have projects that are funded by Proposition 55 partially, Proposition 55 and 47 that have been apportioned but did not include labor compliance. And my question is, where we go from here for these projects?
I believe that's one of the transitional situations that we haven't settled yet.
These projects, by the way, were
Just to
apportioned.
clarify, they were under contract then, right?
No. These projects were apportioned in June of this year. They do have partial. The school districts before a few months ago, they didn't really worry about which fund the projects are apportioned from. And we're finding out right now that we have two projects, new construction, that they are partially funded by Proposition 47 and 55, but they did not include a labor compliance amount in them, and they have been fully apportioned. So we're starting construction very soon, and the question is where we go from here with those projects.
When was the construction contract awarded?
They have not been awarded yet.
Okay, so it would be an after, so it would be subject,
Correct.
most likely, to the new DIR fee.
Well,
But you haven't received
we
any
haven't received any funding from the
funds.
state.
And you didn't request an LCP on the applications?
Well, that's maybe the confusion here, because, we didn't really know if these projects will be funded by 47 and 55, and I think many of the school districts assumed that they would be funded by 1D. So, I mean, that's basically the issue we have. I just wanted to bring it to your attention, that maybe
think-
there are some projects that have that.
And there should have been some sort of notification, typically in our 15-day letter, that alerts districts that you may be funded from 47, 55, and the implications of that. We'll have to check on yours specifically, Wael, but they're typically, the project managers are supposed to send out a blurb to districts that there is the potential. And actually, I think we asked districts, if you do have an LCP in place, then, because what we do is we have money from Prop 1D 4755. And if a district does have an LCP in place, then we will fund them out of 4755 to give them the additional grant. If not, then the money will come out of 1D. So that it gives districts the benefit. If you do have an LCP, then we're going to provide funding. So we should be asking, we'll check to see if it was done with your specific project, but that's something that I think that we've been doing for quite some time now.
What I will do, I'll bring to your attention
Please.
these two projects, and maybe you can take a look at it. Maybe it's just unique for San Bernardino. I don't know.
Well, we already know San Bernardino is unique.
Thanks, Wael.
Bill?
Okay, so if, under the new construction page, I had part on page 1, if if we're going to, I'm sorry, attachment page 1, if we're going to, should we put something in there that that site acquisition is included in this, or is it already in there?
One?
I mean, in other words, what everybody's saying is that it's not just the construction grant, but it's a site acquisition grant. Should we make sure to include some language in here if we know that's the case? Or do you think we're covered by what you have there?
Are you talking about the definition?
Well, it's just sort of, yeah, is that,
Because I think the definition does refer back to DIR and what DIR calculates. I think that was the question that Rob had early on, the last sentence of the definition.
Up top.
As determined by DIR.
okay, I mean, and that's going to ensure that OPSC will, or that the board will be providing that on all portions of a new construction grant? Because they're two different grants, right? And so it's any,
So are you referring to a separate site apportionment?
things like that, yes. I mean, is it covered? You're telling me that they're saying it's covered. We should make sure to reference it in some ways. Sorry to sound confused, but it's confusing.
Can I,
Yep, Barbara.
on the separate site apportionment, I don't, and maybe this question came up before, but I don't know that you'd be paying the fee because you haven't done the contracts yet. And at the time of the full G, or the funding application, your funding application would be reflecting the state share of the DIR fee. So I would assume that on the separate site, we wouldn't need to call that out specifically because it would be addressed later at the time of the funding application.
There is only one thing I am certain with this. We will more than likely discuss this again. So that is the only, yeah.
All right, so I appreciate that OPSC and staff have done a good job of trying to, stay ahead of the curve, knowing that now that I understand a little bit about what's going on, about that much, I appreciate that you guys are putting this together and bringing it to us, so at least we'll be covered for whatever we can be covered for on this. But, and part of my frustration and part of agreeing with Chris about putting this off is that there's so much that seems uncertain here that it's obvious that we're going to keep coming back to this and it's not resolved.
And
But I do appreciate that staff
there's-
brought this forward.
There's
okay?
a lot of uncertainty, and my hope is that in the future, agencies can understand when things affect us, that they actually work with us when we come to them and ask to work together, because OPSC was actually on top of this in trying to work with DIR and these regulations, and unfortunately that the communication did not get through clearly enough on these. So, Chris, yeah, you had something?
Well, I just want to say that all of your concerns are well understood by the Department of Finance. We're actively working towards resolution to this. They're all valid concerns, and just reassure you that we are working on solutions.
So with the LCP, this is kind of, we'll figure out 1D, but as the next month, look at these, look at the regulations, please get to me any questions that you may have that you would like FAQs on or tweaks in how we put together the language. So apologize that it took us so long to get out to you, but I think you can understand that every time we thought we had an answer, something else came up. And when they come up next month, we will again request that DIR is here to help answer questions for everybody, because we don't necessarily have the control of this program. Mamie, I see you have finger on the switch.
Well, I think no matter how much you embroider around it, the bottom line is we're going to sign contracts after August 1st. We've got to go to DIR. We've got to pay their fee, period. Then we're going to come back to you, and hopefully you'll have the mechanisms and whatever to give us half of the amount that we paid, and we put up the other half and call it a day.
Well, and what's actually been stated publicly, and DIR did state this when they were here a couple of months ago, is they would not be charging the district's fees until they got apportionments. So they would tell you what the fee amount is, but they would not be asking for payment until the district received apportionment from the state for that project.
And I recognize this isn't in the responsibility of OPSC or even the allocation board, but when we go to DIR and say, got a contract, let's go, that they've got a program in place to go, independent of when we pay them to go?
That's a good question to ask DIR.
Another good question for them would be, I mean, a lot of modernization projects, which we do, we submit applications for funding after the projects are completed, which we're allowed to do under statute, which is pretty common. So how do we participate in their program when the projects are already done? Anyway, no, that's.
I know, but what DIR had indicated, well, I can tell you what they said to us, is that they would hope that when districts started, they would inform them that this is ongoing, because you're still going to have to pay the fee anyways.
Even if they don't do any work to earn it?
You're subject to the PV? Well, and they'll still request documents and go through and make sure, but it's on the onus of the districts with this being in place for them to contact DIR and inform them if you've awarded a contract after August 1st to do this. So, more questions to DIR, which we will let them know. We don't have answers, so please look over the regulations. Send to me, Juan, Laurel, Barbara, anybody who's kind of taken the lead on this, any questions that you need answers to. And again, I apologize. There are definitely more questions than answers. Any other public comments before I close this item? All right.
Can I just?
Yes, Rob.
I do want to thank staff, because I know OPSC did a lot of work on this. I know a bill got passed and everybody was forced to deal with it. So I do appreciate your good work on it, and just lots of tough questions, I know, but thank you.
Lisa?
Yes, Deborah.
Just one more thing. It would be, I don't know how politically correct you need to be or what you need to do, but DIR really needs to be here. And I don't know if we have to make a formal request, because all these questions are really aimed towards DIR, not OPSC and the work that you're trying to do to clear it up. But they need somebody at a chair.
Based on when the embargo is lifted from Department of Finance and we know certain answers, we'll make sure DIR is here.
And I mean, to the extent that we bring this back and it's discussed, we may want to consider asking the board members to request their presence, DIR's presence.
No.
I think if the legislature requests that, they're more than likely to show up.
Public comment?
No. Ask a board member.
Ask a board member to make
DIR get here.
To ask DIR to come to the implementation committee. I think if the request was made by a board member, they would
come.
assuredly come.
Use the mic.
Correct.
It's
the
subject November. We had planned on bringing this to
Correct.
November. No. All right. Yep, Masha?
At the risk of creating extra work for OPSC, but I think it will help. There's not that great of a degree of separation, actually. Still getting the same nightmares. Anyway, just kidding. I'm feeling like we had a really good item the last time we discussed it. Now we go straight to regs, and my mind is having a hard time because there isn't like that in-between piece for me, like maybe a table that says what applies and where. So I'm thinking that creating regs are very technical, and I don't know how many school districts and architects are going. I mean, when these become effective, people are going to have to dig through them to find the new provisions. It'd be helpful if we maybe start, just like we did on the HPI, we did an FAQ and vetted it through IMP. Maybe we create what will ultimately become an educational piece. Maybe it's in the form of FAQs, maybe it's a table or whatever. And then we bring it here and we use that for our discussions, and then we go to regs. Do you know what I'm saying? If we agree just in regular layman's terms on what the new law and the DIR regulations and the SFP regulations mean coming all together, right? And then we can take that and translate it into the technical language of the regs. I think that would be more helpful.
I think that's a good idea. And the goal is also to provide sort of an example.
But can we use that here in our discussions?
Yes.
Because once we'll
Bring it back
understand
to-
which
to-
projects are impacted, which ones are not, then I can review the regs. But right now, you asking me to review the regs, I'm probably gonna be
Yeah, we can do that.
not gonna be very helpful. Okay?
And which we had kind of started, but I don't think it was fully fleshed out. So next time, we'll.
Okay.
All righty. Gotta love that it ended up being a short conversation. And please, everyone, do not get your hopes up for a full conversation on AB 127. Okay. I'm getting partner switch, Mr. Zian. Your presence is requested next to me. Juan had to leave, and so sitting to my left or video your right is Dave Zian, who's got many years of history at OPSC, DSA, now back to OPSC. So let's switch to the final conversation of AB 127, our favorite conversation, and I'm actually going to be presenting this one because we're not going to have a full-on conversation. What the purpose of this report is straight up what the board kind of asked us to do back in February was to present and discuss options regarding the annual adjustment to the SFP grant as set up in AB 127. And while some of us, not even I, excuse me, some of us have been around for a long time, so they've been a part of every conversation of AB 127. I know those of you up here on the implementation committee have not necessarily been around for the conversation as long. So the purpose of this report truly is to outline the background of basically the last 6 years of conversations that have occurred towards grant adequacy, adequate school, how do we determine what formula do we give to the board. So what you find in front of you is a summarization of the times that this has been discussed either at the IMP committee meeting or at an SAB meeting, and if you go online, attached to it are the links to the items. So I didn't want to give this to you and give you a week to prepare for this for the conversation. I wanted to give you this background report so that your homework is over the next month to review this, really think about it, and figure out and come up with options that we will discuss next month on what should we look at for the board to take into consideration of the adequacy of school construction grants. And it could be as wild as saying we need to scrap the whole SFP and start over. So nothing is off the table. I know reports have been done. This committee has spent a significant amount of time looking at it. I know there have been subcommittees and ad hoc committees, but, you know, and knowing that this is a subject matter that is highly controversial that ends up in every conversation we have, it's how do we potentially look at resolving this? What factors does the board need to look into? What decisions does the board need to make? Does this need to be a legislative switch? What is it that we need to tell the board to look at for them to then make the decision and pull the trigger on how they want to handle this? So any questions regards to what I've set up for next month?
Can you tell me one more time what the board said that they wanted?
Well, I think that's part of why it took us so long to come to you, because it really wasn't clear. And we watched the video, and I looked at my notes, and OPSC looked at their notes, and it was kind of like, we'll go back and discuss it. And that's kind of to the gist of what we could was go back and discuss it. So I've kind of, with OPSC, added on, go back and discuss and present options for the board to consider based off of the history of this item and what's been done in the past and what worked and hasn't worked. Chris?
A couple things. The first one is the board's in compliance with the law right now. The board need not do anything. In accordance with AB 127, this adjustment isn't required to occur. Rather, the board is just it's just a study is required to be done. The study was done. That was the compliance of the law.
An adjustment was made in 2008.
Correct. And an adjustment was done in 2008. And then the second part is I have a few packets of projects in particular where the state contributed in excess of 50% for new construction projects and in excess of 60% for modernization projects. And as part of the homework assignment, I'm just wondering what the situation is in these particular cases, and maybe some of the members of this board could enlighten us at the next meeting.
Could you share those with us?
Yes,
Yes,
yeah, they're packets for everyone.
Yeah. Lisa?
Yes.
Chris?
Fred?
If that's the case, then how is
Hey,
grant
hey, Chris?
inadequate?
Chris, the language says there may be a study,
Correct.
but does not require a study for
Correct.
board action?
No, that's what I'm saying. It
Right.
may.
So the board may act
So the board may act, but the board isn't required to act.
with or without a study.
Correct.
Wait, is studies, okay, who has the statute in front of them?
Well, it's kind of paraphrased at the back of the item.
The board shall increase or decrease
says-
by amounts of teams and.
It says here,
The back.
on or
very-
after January 1, 2008, the
of
board
the
shall
report,
increase or
back-
decrease,
Back page of the report.
provided that the increase shall not exceed 6%.
But at some point.
Yeah.
So we'll need the full statute included.
Yeah, there's a lot of other things in the statute, but this is the primary language.
Do we think that that the board is interested in looking at their statutory requirement related to a grant increase or grant adequacy, and this is a road to get to there that you're taking us down, which is to review the history of where we are with this, and this is the beginning of a process of leading up to making a decision about whether to do a grant increase that may be made. Is that sort of what I'm seeing here?
So.
Or
the-
decrease.
Or,
correct.
Mr. Gibbs, thank you.
For whatever is appropriate based on the information received. So it's kind of, if you look at the very back page, I guess this was the end of January SAB meeting, the board action. The board asked that staff recommend a process for resolving the massive reports and provide a timeline for the board that includes a discussion at the IMP committee so it can be presented at a future SAB date. So if anybody knows exactly what that means, I would love to hear from you.
Well, I'd actually like it if we could ask Mavon Garrity to come up and talk as someone who staffs, she's here. She's
looking good.
Well, I mean, you're a staff member to one of the members of the board. Do you have any insight on this item? Let the record note that she stated, "Get it done." Get her done.
Yeah.
All right, get her.
Okay, hold on, one at a time. Let's not digress. Zian?
I'd just like to state as one of the participants of the original grant adequacy before this later Mavon was on that with me, and there were many others. Bruce, I see a few people in the audience that were on the original version of this, and we got tangled up in issues of what constitutes a complete school, the conversion of the LPP to the SFP, so that we don't get tangled up in these same issues again, because they keep cropping up and these prime issues never get resolved. So what constitutes a complete school? Local decisions drive a lot of the costs, so when we compared cost data, a lot of the cost comparisons, they almost appear to be cherry-picked, and you could argue that on either side of the equation. We need to be fair and logical, and what we look at, it should just be data-driven. The translation from a square footage type thing in the lease purchase program to the SFP, we never did cure that. We did come to some findings in looking at that, and as I recall now, I'm going back in distant memory, but there were some differential areas that could be looked at, should have been looked at in terms of the loading. The loading was a little bit different in the SFP program versus the LPP program, so that did create some additional costs. But I was always one of the guys that, was raising my hand going, but you got to look at beyond the per pupil grants. If you do this conversion that I'm talking about, there are additional grants provided in excessive cost hardship grants provided in addition to the per pupil grant. So you have to look at the whole pie if you're going to compare that to what we did in the lease purchase program. So I'm just trying to throw out where the landmines were originally. I think some of these same issues cropped up in the later version of this grant adequacy thing. I don't think they were ever cured or resolved. One size doesn't fit all. I'll give you my 2 cents. One size does not fit all. Whatever we come up with, providing options to the board, it shouldn't be a one size fits all. I think we also, looking at the data, I don't know that we all ever agreed on some of the findings, but I think there was some agreement in certain areas. One of them was that if you have an addition to an existing school, that the grants probably are adequate. That's what I saw. I saw the grants were more than adequate. And smaller size projects, the grants, may have problems if it's a new school. But there were new school adjustments made right through the excessive cost hardship grant. So there were a lot of variables, a lot of things you have to look at. It's no simple fix. It would have been cured a long time ago. There were a lot of good minds that looked at this and tried to come up with reasons. So I'm just sharing with you some of the pitfall areas that stopped us from moving forward. So, don't get locked into the same things or we'll never agree on anything. So we need to have uniform standards. We need to agree on what constitutes a complete school. It doesn't have to be one complete school. It could be a variation, several. There should be some kind of agreement that never was really discussed on the types of building materials we use. The sustainability of these materials. What kind of building materials? We never really peeled that onion back and dealt with that one. That's another thing that's a cost driver. There's a whole bunch of decisions that are made at the local level and at the state level in some cases that drive these costs. So that's my 2 cents.
Dennis?
I'll just throw all through this process, I was involved in the cash process prior to the state.
Yeah, sorry, Dennis, I didn't mean to leave you out.
That's all right. But my whole thing, you kind of touched on it there, but one of the things that has to be established is the level of quality that's appropriate to be used. And we can build things that are going to last 1 or 2 years and then fall apart, or we can build things that last 200 years. But there has to be some medium, some place in between those that you get good quality, sustainable projects, and we have to establish what the cost is for those. And that's a very difficult thing to do.
All righty, so we've got our homework cut out for us. Yes, Lee?
While I do appreciate Chris's hard work on everything, I'm really just wondering why this was presented to our group. One of my projects is in here. One of Rob's projects is in here.
2 of Rob's projects.
Okay, and so I'm not really understanding what this represents and why it was brought to this committee. What you're saying, and
While I
what I'm
recognize-
doing. If I could finish, there are 14 projects here. I don't know from staff how many projects have gone through the SFP program, and I'm not sure whether you're saying that projects are overfunded
No.
based on 14 projects, and I'm just wondering why you've brought this forward.
No, I could have presented 100 different projects. Some are 50-50 matches exact, but I think we can concur that those are on the program system, that it shows that they're 50-50 matches. I'm wondering on these anomalies, what are driving them? Is it an error in the website? Is it data isn't entered right? Is it savings? Things of that nature. Because the point I'm trying to demonstrate is that it may not be a one-size-fits-all program. And that's the point that we need to consider, is that at the end of the day, it was designed to be the state put in $1, locals put in $1. It needs to be 50-50 or 60-40 in total funding. And we're getting down to just the per pupil grant, and we're taking out site acquisition, we're taking out general site development. All of the individual pieces in these previous discussions have been separated out. And I'm saying the fundamental goal of SB 50 was that $1 from each side. And we need to consider that when we look at everything. We need to look at total funding.
Can I?
Lee? And then Rob?
I'm sorry, Chris, I still don't understand why these were brought forward. It feels very, maybe I'm a little on the defensive here. It feels very accusatory. It feels like you're accusing my district of doing something wrong.
No.
These are projects that were funded, that were fully screened by staff, and I mean, this is the first I've seen of it, and I just think it's unfair for you to have brought, given us this little pile of projects and sort of It just feels very accusatory.
No, and I understand your concern. One of the things to note is all of this information here is publicly available on a website. Anybody can access it. It's fully available to anybody in the general public, all of this. On these particular ones, if we look at the optics of them, there are questions. Why is it presented this way? What's the situation? And the website may not be answering those. And that's why I'm wondering, for our personal use, what's the driver of these? And it could be a very legitimate reason, but we don't know. It doesn't show. And that's where I'm coming from, is this is a handful of projects, and we just like some additional background on them.
Rob? Rob, then Deborah.
So I don't know if that is the clarification, or I don't know what the intent was here. I don't know if Chris was going to kind of walk us through it, but I just need to say, we keep throwing around what SB 50 was for and what it was intended to do. It also intended to have savings. Correct. Loud and clear. That's what my two generated. I mean, we can get into why that is the case. A lot of it has to do with the way the program works. We're apportioned, we go out to bid, we award the bid, we're still apportioned, we get our money. If there's savings, that's great. If there's not, we foot the difference. So you have some modernization projects in here too, which is a whole different monster altogether. But thank you, Lee, because I didn't really know what this was. Or
That's okay. Don't feel picked on. Natomas Unified is in here too, and it's not an understanding that this was a school where the contractor went into bankruptcy and covering some of the costs and modernization, where nothing is detailed in here. So
James Rudder Middle School in here is where I went to middle school, and I'd love to take you there, because even with this money, it looks worse today than it did when I went to school there.
yeah, because I'm not sure 660,000 builds 19 classrooms and adequately describes
I'll
what
note
is
that
here.
I live in Galt, and I believe there's a Galt project listed on there too. I'm actually no kids, but I did go there. I attended schools there. The point I'm making is that it's similar to what Dave just said, is that we have a one-size-fits-all program right now, and the point I'm making is that in some cases there are savings, in some cases there aren't savings. So the question is, how do we balance that? And that's the fundamental question here.
And here's the thing: the information that is presented to the public, and as you presented here, in politics you can rip apart and say, well, the state funded 80% of the project and you only gave 20%. It does not tell the whole story, does not present it. And, having now looked and seen Natomas Unified, I do take offense that certain projects were picked out, and it would have been nice. It would have been nice to have Department of Finance, Chris, if you were going to use these, it would have been nice to have Department of Finance give us a heads up so that we can have an adequate conversation instead of throwing these out and not knowing the truth of the matter, which I kind of find throwing us under the bus. And I take offense to that personally.
It was my understanding that this was going to come back at a future IMP meeting, and that's why I proposed it here for discussion at a future meeting. I didn't intend to actually discuss these here instantly.
Well, Chris, are there a lot more of these? Because maybe to address the issue of not picking, why don't you put together all of them?
No,
I'm sorry. Let's go Masha, Deborah, then Sean, then Mamie.
What we have in front of us for folks that maybe are watching are printouts from the project tracking system that is provided on the OPSC website. So before we discuss these any further, I would ask that OPSC staff give us a background of how this data is generated, whether it is reflective of the original apportionment data that was received by the particular project, or whether it also reflects audit findings, how this data is gathered, and whether or not this is even appropriate to be used in discussions about grant adequacy. So this is just really a very technical question. It could be, there could be some very legit reasons of why the matches don't come up exactly. There could also be a technical issue. So I think that it's best that we leave that for future discussions. In the past, I know that we've always referred districts to the official state allocation board record for the information on apportionments. The bond accountability website also has copies of the PIWs that were submitted for these and all other projects that actually show the costs. So I think this really needs, like Lisa said, a heads up to OPSC. They can educate us on what this data is and what it actually represents before we discuss it.
Okay, we've got Deborah, Sean, Mamie, then Dennis.
Well, I don't think I have much to add after Masha. I was just going to ask Chris why you brought these. Well, okay, so, and then after why, I guess, it is, I would assume that there's some sort of parameters that you could put on the computer to print out the ones that you wanted.
No, this is a public website. You cannot set parameters.
But did you go surfing and just pull out the ones that ended up this way, or did you say, I'm going
No,
to
he
take the
picked
first
districts.
10?
I looked at a multitude of districts.
And I guess my last question would be, tell me, or the group, what the percentage is that they end up this way, because I think this is probably
I
in
didn't
only
review-
10% of the cases, not half even.
And I'm not insinuating it's half. And I'm not insinuating it's
Yes, you did.
10%.
Yes, you did. You
But I think by
present-
bringing these, you're insinuating that the program is adequate and the funding
That
is
there
there.
are cases where it is adequate.
Very few.
Okay, but you cannot, I will straight up say, you cannot give us this documentation and present these as that these projects have been overfunded, so therefore the funding is adequate without
I'm not
having.
saying
But
overfunded.
that's how you presented it. That's how, and representing Department of Finance, that is how you presented it. And I'm going to go back to what Masha said. You cannot present material unless we understand the background of the material, and the districts who are being accused here should have the opportunity to respond and have their either people from the district or their representative who represent them up here. And I take offense personally that you did this and you put these districts in this situation. And I don't think it is fair whatsoever. And there should have been a discussion with OPSC beforehand before this. Sean?
It looks like you cherry-picked it, Chris, and I think you did.
I have a couple of comments. The LAUSD project in this packet, I think it doesn't show all of our cost. Our website shows it as being significantly higher than the total cost on here, so I doubt that we were overfunded. My other comment connects to what Deborah was saying. I think this is probably a very small percentage of the total universe. So if we do engage in this conversation, I would ask that for every project you bring that suggests that there's overfunding by the state, that you bring at least one example of a project that is provided extra funding by the district, or not have the conversation at all.
Sure, no, and I understand that. I don't have access to that information.
It's how you present the information, not that you present it. Bill? Or sorry, Mamie, Dennis?
Lisa, would you mind recapping the homework assignment?
So the homework assignment is basically what's presented in this background document is each time grant adequacy or adequate school has been discussed either at the state allocation board or the implementation committee meeting. So one, familiarize yourself with the discussions that have been had in the past. And I think Bill actually and Dave actually brought forth kind of the things that have been left off the table that weren't really considered, that we need to frame a discussion to present to the board, because also realizing these board members haven't been around, so they don't necessarily understand the background and all the discussions that I've had in regards to AB 127. So partially this is an education piece for us and for the board to build upon so that they have some basis to understand, because this is heavy stuff. It's really dense. You can get down into the weeds, but trying to find how do we determine, if we're to determine, look at the statute, what are the requirements to the board, and if the board wants us to do certain things, and present them with options on how we should consider. If we were to bring forth to the board and the board wanted to adopt an increase, what factors do they look on? You know, how do we determine what factors, you know, and going forth for either an increase or a decrease? You know, what was the intent of AB 127, and are we, you know, going forth with the intent of that? Because this is something that is, you know, do you have your head wrapped around it, Zian?
A little bit.
And that's what, after 10 10, 15
I
years?
have enough years to know where the problems are.
So, this is something that our board members don't have 10, 15 years to get up to speed on, so we need to try and summarize it for them. And then Dennis, then Fred?
I'll yield.
I'm just, the value of a homework assignment to everyone recreate the world, I'm not too sure that will get a report to anyone, other than, 15 different reports from 15 different perspectives. Has OPSC capsulated these, and other than this narrative format, highlighting the issues that we could comment on to give us something to frame our homework?
Not at this point.
So it's a term paper on a subject of matter of your choice, I guess.
It is, yeah. Or it's based on your expertise of knowing grant adequacy and knowing schools. What do you believe are the major problems with AB 127 and the holes in it? Because a lot of you do have experience in building a school and understanding grant adequacy. And so in your expertise, what do you feel are the problems and the things that need to be looked at?
I just shared my observations. If we're going to have a thoughtful debate and a real discussion and actually move this thing forward, I shared with you my observations. I spent, I don't know, it was 3 or 4 years, I probably lost 10 years of my life in those discussions, but they were good discussions. Yeah. Anyway, well, maybe not. But, you're going to have to deal with those primary issues that I laid out there. I think those are the issues that everybody got tripped up on, and until you address them head on, you're probably not going to move this thing forward and have any kind of consensus. So,
David, are you suggesting setting up another committee to look at all these issues again?
I'm not suggesting that.
Because we're not going to come to any
I'm just
resolution quickly. We haven't in 5 years.
I'm just throwing out years of observations.
Okay, Dennis, then if you've got any more comments, Gary, then
Sure.
Mamie.
I would suggest that, I know that the cash organization worked on this for 3 to 4 years before OPSC started their effort, and OPSC, like you say, spent 5 years working on it. Each group came to some conclusions and had some data. I would suggest that if we can get a hold of just maybe a summary of each one of those efforts, it would help, I think, this committee understand a little bit. I know, Dave, you outlined some of the key issues in there, but you also developed a lot of data on the projects and did a lot of analysis on that. It'd be good to get that information. Thank you.
Patty, or somebody, get us some of the cash summaries so that we can just send them out to the members.
Well, I would suggest, though, that you start balancing that with other reports, such as the Macias report.
It's all included.
No, but if you're going to circulate information, which I respect.
No. It's already in here. It's already linked on. It's already part of, as it was brought up. Doesn't mean the board rejected it, but I just said that the summary is just every discussion that was had, and the board rejected the Macias report. So.
No, but is the cash report included in the summary, or is it above and beyond?
I don't know if the cash report was actually ever discussed at IMP or SAB.
Oh, it was discussed at a lot of our subcommittee meetings.
IMP or SAB. This report is only IMP or SAB, not subcommittee meetings.
So as long as you have all the reports, including the subcommittee report, that's fine. That's just my point.
So we'll get, if there's a subcommittee report, which I don't know if there is or not, to get that.
It strikes me that this is not really going anywhere very fast. I mean, I sort of agree with Fred that it's a pretty nebulous assignment, and I think if we're serious about doing this, that I agree with Dave that there's a lot of thought that's gone into it, but we still don't have data that everyone agrees on or a methodology to analyze the data. And as Lyle has reminded us, we have an imperfect instrument for collecting the data. And as Rob's comment about his project, or maybe it was Sean's. Okay, they were both excellent. But their comment was, well, the cost data that's on this project tracking thing is not accurate because I put in tons of extra money. So we have a data problem, and then we have a problem of how you look at the data, which is clearer when you look at the last study that was done by OPSC that included additions as a very large component of new construction, which skews the results to make it look like things are adequately funded, and which David kind of mentioned in a way in his discussion. So, I mean, this is something that's a lot of work, and really is going to require us to have data, have agreements about how we use it, and put it together. Because every time we've had, I mean, the most egregious example is every time we have a report that, says that it's going to, that it solves the riddle, the Macias report was in fact rejected by the board because the methodology was flawed. And so we have to come to some agreement about the numbers and how we're going to use them. And I'm not sure, that's a really long-term task, unfortunately.
And the board reaction was the board requested that staff recommend a process for resolving the massive reports.
Well, okay, you didn't say that the first time.
That's for Fred and Bill on this.
That's what it says.
What are we really going to accomplish? What do you want us to
We're
accomplish?
not going to accomplish that by a homework assignment.
No, that's.
I think we should ask staff to, in their spare time, put together a proposed process for how we can go forward, starting with data and then methodology for analyzing it and where the data comes from, the PIW, whatever it is, but put together some steps that we could take to look at this together.
Mamie?
Does anyone know generally, not specifically, but generally, how much money in the SFP bonds, the whole collection of bonds, is as yet unapportioned?
About $2 billion.
About $2 billion.
So
we've got,
with the caveat that it's $2 billion that's not spoken for in any fashion at all. That's
correct.
Includes unfunded approvals.
There's about $4 billion parked right now.
Yeah. $2 billion to get access to in that can.
But we have $4 billion worth of approvals waiting for the $2 billion?
Yeah.
No, we don't. No.
It's about 2 and 2. It's
2 and 2.
close to an even split, I believe.
Okay, so, let's just say it's an even split. Basically, in other words, if I put in an application now, it'll go automatically on an unfunded list. God knows when they'll be.
Mm-hmm. When it'll get funded.
Yeah, where I'm going with this is, why are we bothering with the discussion? Because we're at a point now where we don't have a bond bill. Well, we kind of do, but we don't have it going forward right away.
No, it's done. It's dead.
Yeah, okay. It's dead, and let's assume that it's not going to come back again in the next session, whatever. But we're to the end of a program financially. We probably have projects that are sitting out there that have been submitted that would like to get in line, don't know when they'll ever get funded. We get in line based on current rules. If we're going to look at significant program changes, and it sounds like just given this discussion, we're going to have to start a different kind of discussion because we can't resolve pieces related to the old program, and the grant adequacy is the root of any of the program. So I kind of feel like, why spend the time? We're beating a dead horse.
Right. Mamie, I agree with where she's going, which is basically that really we're looking at 2012 and the next bond and maybe linking together a whole legislative package that includes the grant adequacy. And to do anything on a short term is not going to change.
Well, now understand, I'm not saying we don't have a discussion about where that should start with what is an adequate grant or what that grant should be.
But the impact is going to be on the next,
not
on the current applications.
It needs to be in a different context, the discussion does. Right now, to do it relative to the situation we've got, I think is a waste of time.
So you're saying
understand that that's actually a very valid question, but things come to the implementation committee meeting because the board directed it. So if this is a valid conversation, if you go back to the board and the IMP committee says, well, let's not decide it now, but we need to have this kind of discussion, does the board authorize us having this kind of discussion?
To frame the next legislative package.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't think it's too early to start. 2012 is not that far away, and given how long it's taken us to get here, if we have bond negotiations to set a new bond bill, I mean, as we all know, the way that bond bills get set up is is political. It has nothing to do with reality. But at least we could have a framework and a structure that we could be in some level of agreement about. Here's how much it costs to build a school, because we're not there yet, right? And anyway, I think we should proceed.
Masha?
Just to piggyback on what Mamie said and then my past experience at OPSC, you mentioned that it's true that there isn't a whole lot of money for new projects, but there is a whole lot of money that's been put into projects that are either currently underway or waiting for funds that will be on the way. I think it's a very worthy discussion to talk about data collection. And PIW discussions were one of the most painful ones. However, when those PIW discussions got down to the level of actually why certain things are not working on the PIW, line-by-line discussions, if that document can be perfected, and OPSC already has a lot of input just from triaging those documents on a daily basis, plus also talking to a couple of stakeholders that provided fruitful, meaningful suggestions of how this data can be created or gathered in a better format, I think that that can inform not only the future bond discussions, but, you know, all kinds of initiatives. So I think that that's still something worth of pursuing, because even though we're out of, new bond authorities soon to be gone, or existing bond authorities soon to be gone, I'm sorry, but projects on the street, you know, it's a wealth of information. For example, it's, you know, the discussion about modernization, for example, and us not capturing costs of modernization. At a state level right now, as far as I know, we do not know what is being paid for with modernization funds in general. We do not know. We still have the question open of, well, how much money in mod is being spent on ADA and fire life safety requirements. There was a report done a while back, but there isn't any new data. So it would be of interest, I think, to know what, you know, how far does the money go and what is it able to cover. And right now, as painful as the PIW is, it is only available for new construction. It is not available for modernization. So I would just look forward to those types of discussions.
Anything in futures to direction to the board of where you'd like the conversation to go? Dave, don't destroy it. Sean?
For everyone that remembers the conversations about complete school, I don't think we should go back down that path. Maybe we should ask what is a good school, or what is the school that the state is trying to pay for. And I don't think we should try to reinvent the wheel. I think we should look at what school districts throughout the state have built to identify what in there is most closely represents what the state is interested in participating in. But every time we try to get into this discussion about good or complete schools, or, you know, we just never get anywhere.
Deborah, then Dennis?
You know, I know there's been a lot of discussions about what constitutes a complete school. Fred, didn't you have a study group work for quite some time on that?
Yes, Fred.
Yes. And what happened with that?
It was presented to the board May 23rd, 2007. It's my birthday. I remember that day. So, yeah, it's the Rain Man. And what it did identify was sort of what Sean touched upon as to what is being built has a certain parameters of a square footage of between something and something. If we view that as a complete school, whatever kind of school we want to describe it as, that represents a broad range of districts' interpretation of what their complete school is. It's 75 square feet for whatever, which may form a basis, you know, borrowing back from the LPP, to say if it's 75 square feet, that is what the state views as a complete, adequate, reasonable, some adjective school.
How much per square foot?
Well, that's another question we'll have to.
Well, but wasn't there, because I think I attended a couple of the initial meetings, but wasn't there some agreement on what a complete school, not size-wise, but
There was a
facility-wise?
list of features common to schools, not to say that you have to have 2 gyms in a high school or that you
Right.
have to have a library. Maybe some trends are as a way that they deal with media services are disaggregated library services. So, but it listed sort of a set of common features that you may see in a vast majority of schools, but not all.
Dennis?
Well, in reference to Sean's comment, if we do an analysis, and this has been done by OPSC and by CASH, if we do the analysis of what's been built in California over the last 20 years, the problem with that is that almost all of these facilities are built to the program. If the program is inadequate to begin with, there's no way of telling that by analyzing what's built to the program. We have to look outside that box and look at, and I think one of the things that Fred's study does is look at what other schools or other states outside of California are building in terms of at least square footage. It's hard to relate the cost per square foot, but at least square footage, and we find that we're in the bottom of the barrel. So I think that has to be discussed in terms of what the adequate school is. Look outside of California. You can't just look at California.
Sean?
I'm fine with that. What I don't want to do is have some imaginary, non-existent thing that nobody builds or thinks is an adequate place to teach kids to become the definition of complete school. That's what I don't want to happen. And then every time we get into the conversation about complete school, my complete school and Deborah's complete school are 2 completely different animals. And it's not appropriate to pick one of, mine or on one extreme and one of hers on another extreme to try to represent what the state should be building everywhere. So that's really what I'm trying to get at.
Fred?
And to add the complication to it, that is a school design 5 years ago. Is that what we're going to build in 5 years?
And is that, as CDE would term, adequate for what we should be using for instructional rather
Or
than
what
just...
your district defines as adequate and appropriate for how their community believes a school should be.
Correct, as this is a shared obligation, not a state-defined, totally how you run it obligation. Zian?
Does that help, Dave?
So I'll say it again, this is a very diverse, complex state, and one size does not fit all. So whatever comes up out of this, you need to address you need to have flexibility. That's the bottom line. A couple other follow-ups on what was it? It was May 27, 2007, a day in infamy.
It's Lisa Jones's birthday.
Okay, 23rd, yeah, okay. All right, well, if I recall, that did not include site sizes. I believe site acreage sizes, as the state gets built out and more populous, at some point, you got to roll that into the equation also. I think we have 2 larger sites in some cases maybe it's too small, but you look at an urban area and their site sizes are less than half of your recommended site sizes. That drives costs, site development costs, it drives the cost of the school. So that I'm going to throw that out here. I know it may not be popular. That should be also revised. The guidelines for the site sizes have not been revised in decades. I'd also like to say I like the PIW discussion Masha brought up, but that is largely unvalidated data. I'd hate to have us hang our hats on unvalidated data. So if we're going to perfect that, which I think we should, it should be something that's, a self-certification made in the program. So we have real data that, that people take it seriously. But when this thing went through and was talked about, there were hard-fought battles about it, and it was watered down to the point where it was unvalidated. Oh, just send it in and we'll look at it. It's a first step. I think the PIW is a very useful, important document, and we should breathe life into it. Heck, don't we want to, as policy decision makers, want to know what the costs are associated with things and what's in a project? I mean, criminy sakes, we spent $35 billion in this program. Don't we want to know?
Okay, let's
Take some public comment.
Okay, I'm going to go
That's
to
it. I'm off the bully
public
pulpit.
comment, and then we're going to try and wrap this up. Yes, public comment. Those of you who want to talk, come on up.
No,
come on up.
It wasn't the trashing, and local communities have passed $65 billion worth of bonds in that.
All y'all can come up at the same time.
Keep that in mind. And I understand what you're saying, Dave, and most school sites do not meet our standards because they have various exemptions for multi-story construction or other things. So whether that's something I think we're aware of, that most school sites do not meet that standard within our framework because there are alternative deliveries such as no parking in an LA high school.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 15 acres right there saved at $3 million an acre, you know. So right, it does. It's just to reflect that those standards, which were revised in 2000, are very accommodating of a wide range of development. So, and I want this to count my homework assignment I just gave a
know
verbal
the old guard
report.
is here. So Rob Pierce gets to.
Did I get them fired up?
Lyle deferred. I just want to, before we, because our meetings tend to boogie, so two things. And I know I sound like a broken record if anyone's been listening to me, but I think one thing we need to do is go look at financial hardship schools, new construction financial hardship schools, and you'll see what grants are adequate to. And I bet we won't like what we see, and I bet we'll see a lot of portables, we'll see a lot of modular construction, and unfortunately I think we'll see buildings that won't last the life of the bonds. We're going to be paying down these bonds as taxpayers when we're replacing some of these buildings that we built under financial hardship. So I think financial hardship projects are where you start to see what you get for the grant. In terms of these documents that we got handed to us, I just want to say handing something out like this and inferring a situation is exactly how really bad things get started, and someone takes this and flies with it. There's any number of reasons for this. I mean, any number of good reasons for this. Savings not even being one of them. So I just want to caution anybody with taking this and saying, see, I told you. There's a lot of work behind this, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start backwards. We're going to go Whale, Ron, Bruce, then Lyle.
Whale Tar from San Bernardino State Unified School District. I'm not going to get into the argument that you're talking about right now, but in the report at the end, you have the authority and the language, and I'm going to read it. Say section 17072.11b states that on or after January 1st, 2008, the board shall increase or decrease the bare in-house pupil grant eligibility by amounts it deems necessary under the article, and it goes on. And initially, at the start of the discussion, you were talking about the board may, and I just want to bring to your attention that the actual language, it seems to be shall, which means that they should be taking action every year, whether decrease or increase.
And just further explanation, it just shall, which means, and if you read the entire statute, means that required only once. It does not require yearly, although the board may increase it yearly. That's the difference. They were required to make a decision, which the board did in 08, and then thereafter it's a may, and the board wants information so that the board may decide to make a decision. Ron?
Just a couple things. First of all, I think on this, I'm sorry, Ron Purton, WLC Architects, we have people representing other organizations here like CEFPI. They have a vast database. Whoever the representative of CEFPI is here. Dennis, go in there. You can take a look. And I'm not saying that it's absolutely, you know, everything's applicable to California, but there are some good data in there where you could say, you know, how many square feet per student, how much goes into this, how big the schools are, and I think it's good for at least a frame of reference. Should California adopt that? Maybe, maybe not, but I think it's a valid input. So I think that's one thing that I think would be a benefit. The second is for the life of me, I can't understand the reliance on the PIW. It doesn't matter. It's what it bids for. And that is the most sanguine point I could possibly make. You could take all the information, what you think, but what it bids for is what's crucial to what schools cost. And that was the biggest flaw with the Macias report. They weren't getting complete information. They were getting partial bid information. They weren't getting complete projects. I don't care what you put in the... We bid we took a high school out that originally looked like it was going to cost $77 million. Would you like to have that in the PIW? It bid for $52 million. So what is more accurate here? And why the reliance on the PIW? Other than it's some bureaucratic thing to keep doing, providing data that's not complete, consuming time line by line, submitting it.
Okay, Ron.
I'm confused.
You're repeating. You're repeating.
I'm confused.
Do you have any new information?
That's it.
Okay, Bruce?
Bruce Hancock, Gunnelson Park. Thank you very much. The conversation on the grant adequacy, Dave gave a great background outline on it. And then you heard the conversation that started almost immediately. about whether there was parking or not and about how many square feet there were. And I mean, it just instantly. That's exactly what went on for years and years and years in every one of those meetings. I sat in too many of them. This group, but I guess my point and the reason I came up is I don't know why this group is dealing with that. Not that there isn't a group of policymakers here that might want to tackle it, but my understanding was what the allocation board was looking for was guidance on whether or not to increase or decrease the grant. And it's been trying to get the information and make that decision for, I don't know, is it right to say 3 years? And the PIW was presented most recently, came to the board, and OPSC itself, I'll paraphrase it, and I don't want to misstate it, but I think OPSC itself basically said it could not get the needed information out of the PIW to make a recommendation. To me, I've never liked the PIW, I'm sorry, Dave, I just never have. And that was, to me, right then and there, I wish somebody would have stood up and said, then let's please abolish it. Why are we doing it if the people that implemented it are stating publicly that it doesn't give them the information that it was designed to provide? So, but that's my rant this month on the PFW. My real question is, aren't we trying to deal with the 6% issue? And hasn't the board held apportionments open for 2 or 3 years for this to be resolved? So it's not a future discussion. And believe me, I understand reviewing the data over the last year or two or whatever could result in a decrease. But wherever it falls, I thought what the board was looking for from all of us was an analysis that it could use to make a decision on whether to increase or decrease the grant as it's permitted to do but hasn't done for the last 3 years. The PIW doesn't give us that information. Talking about the adequacy of grants isn't going to give us that information. Certainly any adjustment to the grants up or down, if you're adjusting an inadequate grant or you're adjusting a grant that's more than inadequate, is really sort of another question. The law, permits the adjustment to the grant. So I just would like to ask for a discussion on what it is that we're trying to take back to the board here and why we're off on Dave and my favorite subject, grant adequacy, again. So, thank you.
Bill, you gotta hold it. You gotta hold it. Lyle, we're going through all of them. You gotta hold it.
Thank you. I'm trying not to laugh. Not at you, Dave. Lyle Smoot, Los Angeles Unified, and I'm going to bring up a really unpopular statement, but it's one that I just feel I have to do. If you take the assumption that the legislature understood when they created this program that sometimes districts are going to get a little bit too much money and sometimes we weren't going to get quite enough money. Make that assumption, because you have to assume that when they went to a pupil grant, they understood that a pupil grant is a less perfect way to calculate allowances than a per square foot, okay, at least as far as I'm concerned. So you have to assume that they understood that sometimes you're going to get too much money and sometimes you're not going to get enough. But the thing that interferes with the way that simple statement works is the commensurate test. When you throw in the commensurate test, you now say you can go up as high as you want to in the cost and we're not going to participate, but as soon as you go down in cost, we're going to cut you off and we're going to start reducing the amount we give you. So that issue of the balance of savings and overages is interfered with. Maybe not an enormous thing like the overall overriding consideration of AB 127, but it does interfere with that. And I personally think that it skews whatever data you're going to look at. So in this conversation, I think you have to have a conversation about new construction commensurate test.
Okay. Bill, you had a question?
I had a question for Bruce and also, I guess, for for Ron and Lyle, if the PIW is really part of the problem, that's what I'm hearing you guys say, that it's not an instrument that's collecting accurate data. Maybe that's where we need to start here, because are we, there has to be a way to have a school district report at bid or whatever. Here's the cost of the school. Here's what was in it. Or you could report once it, whatever. We need you guys. So what would your vision be of how you could change that instrument so that it would accurately reflect costs? Because we need the data. We are just flying blind.
Okay,
Give him a follow-up question.
Understood, but that is also getting down the realm of,
It's germane to the topic, Madam Chair.
But here's the thing, we've got to decide actually how we want to have this conversation before we start getting down the branches of the tree and we don't have a point as to where, the base of where we want to go.
Only 2:10, we're ahead of schedule. Well, could I just, come on. No, I asked him a question.
No. Well, but here's the thing, by answering that question, where are we going? What is the purpose? Is it getting us closer to where we need to have a presentation to the board, deciding where we want to go with this entire discussion?
If we have no data that we can rely on of any kind, according, and that's what they're all saying, how can we go forward to the board and represent that the data shows blah, blah, blah? So, I guess I would ask you, Bruce, just if you looked at the PIW the way it is now, it doesn't work, what would you do to make it work? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll be real quick. I think that the PIW asks a lot of questions that are not helpful to that particular question. A lot of us have always thought that. In fact, we worked on another model and submitted it for consideration of how the information might be gained. Of course, you have to define exactly what question are you answering, And so, if the question is, should there be an adjustment to the index this year? One way or another, then you really have to have a way to measure, well, how have the cost of schools increased or decreased over the last 12 months? And so asking about all of the questions that are in the PIW don't get you there. And they also aren't things that you can put into a database and then add up, or so many of them are just informational. So you end up with, in my imagination, truckloads full of paper that there isn't even any way to access it. And the parts of it that you can access, the numbers, by the state's own definition, didn't help get to the basic question of should we make this adjustment. So I would have to think about that a little bit, but where we went several years ago was down the path of trying to get the most basic fundamental information. How much did it cost? How many square feet are in it? If you know those two things, and I know that there are folks that have some concerns about this, but I think it would be worth looking into. If you had those two things for last year, for 100 projects, and for this year for 100 projects, you could look and say, well, given some statistical average, and we even dabbled around with that, you could look at it and say, well, last year it cost $312 a square foot across the board, and this year it costs $314 on our statistical sampling. Now we have something. However, I don't know whether those were schools built out of brick or whether they were portables. I don't know whether they had flat roofs or clay tile roofs. I don't know any of that stuff, but I know using this model we went from this to this, or we went from 312 to 309. So now it seems like there is something, that we can use to make that measurement. If we want to know other things, and this is what I know is very important to Dennis and others, about the quality of the schools, then you have to ask those other questions. I understand that, but they are not something that you can put into a database and have fall out at the bottom, should we increase or decrease the grant? And I don't know if they're even things that can be cataloged in a way that is useful. I don't think we've been able to do that with the information that's in the PIW. So how you would collect information to tell you about the general quality of the schools that we build in California, that I really don't know. But I think we could get to how can we collect the information to tell us whether we should raise or lower the adjustment for the grant.
And be very quick.
Okay, I'll just add the same thing. Anytime, and Dennis will verify this, or Bill, or anybody, when we meet with a client and they decide what kind of school they're going to build, the first thing we ask, how many kids? Okay, because we know, based on how many kids, how many square foot, and the cost per square foot, that's where we start out with. And how you adjust and move that is pretty close to where, the final product of that school comes out. So it's one of these, but, it's based on history, like Bruce was saying. And I don't want to regress down the path of square footage because, we left that when we left the old program. But I'm telling you, just like Bruce said, it really comes down to that.
Okay. Deborah, then Sean, then Dennis.
Well, just a comment, I think the question that needs to come before what Bruce and Ron were talking about, I mean, is there really a discussion that needs to be had about grant adequacy? Anybody that's built a school can tell you it is not adequate. And I think before we start even going into that, with the exception of these, I think you could go back and see that the grants are not adequate to do the 50% for the schools. So I just think that's the first question. It's not there, and so I don't know why there's even the discussion of, I haven't talked to anybody in my prior life of 25 years as a superintendent that walked away from a project saying, I had enough money to do it, and I didn't have to cut. I've never, ever heard it. So I don't even know why the discussion that Bruce and Ron had, I think, is valid. But I think the first part of why we have to have the discussion on whether they may or shall raise it, I think until schools can say, or facilities folks can say, yeah, we have enough money, it just should, I don't think this, I think this is a lot of time and discussion wasted on. I have not yet met anybody that said they thought it was adequate. Maybe Gary, but I don't know.
Okay. Sean, no. Gary, no. Yes, I can. Sean. No, you don't. Sean?
I was just going to say, in the spirit of recapping things that had happened, does anybody remember or have a list of the proposals that the last time we had these discussions got a lot of discussion? So we had the PIW, we had the proposal that this group came up with. I remember a couple of discussions about trying to bid the model school or whatever it is, but were there certain proposals that got a lot of discussion, and are those worth trying to consider again?
Zian, do you know? Okay. Dennis, then Bill?
Well, I think whenever we get into this discussion on the 6% and heard it this morning and with the CCI.
You chased everyone.
I heard it this morning with the CCI. I mean, it's the same thing. We always get these two things confused. The 6% that we're talking about is not the annual increase to the grant and whether that annual increase is sufficient or not. The 6% was put in there to adjust the grant amount. It is grant adequacy. If it was determined that the grants are not adequate to build a school, regardless of what year it is and where the CCI is, then up to the 6% could be allowed. So we have to look at grant adequacy when we're talking about the 6%. That's what it's all about.
Bill?
I really appreciate, Bruce, thank you for answering that and talking about it. So I just wanted to take a second to go back to the authority section and remind everybody, when we talk about grant adequacy, that this adjustment or increase in per pupil unhoused grant is only for new construction, and that modernization grants have never been adjusted to make them adequate. And obviously it goes back to what the scope of work is and what Masha was talking about. Modernization grants are so inadequate to effectively modernize schools that they're just laughable in terms of what they are able to accomplish. So we have a long way to go there as a state.
Mayvon?
Thank you. Mayvon Garrity with Senator Lowenthal's office. Rob Pierce brought up an idea that didn't seem to get legs here, but it's been kind of circulating in my mind. I guess I hadn't thought about it the way that you presented it today. Is that a study of some number of financial hardship schools to really get at that is, the finite 50% matched with the finite 50%. And I'm thinking for the board members, for them to actually visually see what the money pays for would be very helpful. And I would say that on top of another thought that I thought had some merit for a number of years as we've gone through these iterations of how to approach these problems, was to look at the kind of school that we would all love to have for our children. And I've seen some schools, developer-built schools. Thank you, Gary, that Gary, introduced me to. And I would say that those could be models for what we'd love to have all of our kids have. So to have and it doesn't, I'm not saying, 100 schools. I'm talking about a finite number, a half dozen, 10 schools, I don't know, that would be financial hardship, and then a few of the developer-built schools. And let the board really have a visual of what we're paying for here, so they can get a sense of what's the quality level that we, how, balancing state investment with the concept that it is an infrastructure investment that we need, that, I think there'd be a lot of will to ensure that infrastructure investment is a good one, so we're not repaying for bad short-term investments in another 20 years. I'm just, putting that out there as maybe you could solve this thing or send a framework for the board to look at this problem. The other thought, too, I saw it in the OPSC report that I've kind of forgotten about because it's been a while since we talked about this, is that there was some thinking of having UC Berkeley get involved in doing the study. So maybe a framework using your idea, Rob, and having, if need be, having Berkeley kind of help structure that so it's in a form that would be really helpful for the board to visualize. Anyway.
Fred, I know you were. Thank you. Fred, anything? Because you were getting ready to respond, but I know.
I was looking at it, I thought Berkeley already did that. It's multifaceted.
Yeah, that was the July 2009 report from Berkeley.
You don't have a date.
Syllabus here to
Yep, Sean?
Just wanted to speak to Dennis's comment. Part of the reason it keeps coming back to let's look at an increase between 2 years is because there are some people that believe that getting the answer to the grant adequacy question is going to yield an answer like we need 20%, we need 40% increase to the grant when the board is capped at 6%. So there is a group of people, that includes me, that thinks, why don't we just do enough to justify the 6%? And it may be possible to do that by just looking at an increase between 2 years. So that's why it keeps coming back to that.
You need 40%. What's the problem with saying we need 40%?
There's no problem with it, but you might be able get to the 6% faster. So it takes you 2 years to get to the 40%. It takes you 6 months to get to the 6%.
So based on not having clear direction, we can have this discussion for the next 10 hours and still not, get anywhere close besides confusing us again, more like LCP, more questions than answers. So I'm not exactly sure what the board was looking for, how to get them there. I think a good suggestion of what Dennis brought up of, the statute does allow for the board to adjust for grant adequacy is what we have adequate, and maybe the base is when you have to look at what something's 100, what's the only thing in the state allocation board's control? Financial hardship. That is the only thing that is 100% funded. So I think, maybe a look at that is a base for providing a framework, but I also think what I need to do is go back and individually talk to some of the state allocation board members and find out exactly what it is they want or information they want and what form of that information that they want as presented, because the only thing that was really requested was a process for resolving the massive reports, which I'm not sure there is a process for resolving the massive reports that we have, because they don't all align and use different methodologies and come to different conclusions. So suggestions are welcomed. We'll internally try and have those conversations and figure it out. But I welcome any and all thoughts and suggestions as we move forward. So this is not the last time we're going to be discussing it. We'll also, this might fall into the good old PIW discussion, which is coming up again, LCP, and the board did direct and have us want to take a look at ORG as well and the regulations to see if they're relevant. So with that, thank you everybody for your time, efficiency, and we'll see you next month.